So you want me to tell you the story of my life?
Like I said, that's what I do. I interview people. I'm a collector of lives.
Welcome to Table Talk. I'm Heath, and I'll be your host. This is the show where I go one-on-one with a creator, author, illustrator, publisher, or other mover and shaker in the world of tabletop games, video games, TV, movies, or any other area of the geekverse.
You followed me here, didn't you?
Yeah, I suppose I did. You seem very interesting. This is where you live?
Yes, this is my home. Welcome.
So, what do you do?
I'm a vampire.
That's something I haven't heard before.
Guests have included individuals such as Lou Anders, the author of the Thrones and Bones fantasy novels, creator and publisher of the Norengard RPG, and even the author of Star Wars, A Pirate's Price.
Bond. James Bond.
Well, not James Bond. I haven't gotten to talk to him yet, but maybe sometime in the future. But how about Brian Colin, the creator of the vast, grim, dark horror RPG and sculptor of the world of Revelo monster busts? Mark Tassin, the creator of the world of Italtus, head of Mechanical Muse, and the head developer of the new Cool Name RPG. I've spoken with Jeff Engelstein, game designer and former commentator on the Dice Tower. He and I got deep into the statistics, probability, and psychological function of dice in tabletop games. Jamie Stegmaier, the founder of Stonemaier Games and crowdfunder extraordinaire. He's published many hit board games like Scythe and Wingspan. I've spoken with Sydney Engelstein from Indie Boards and Cards to talk about what it really takes to publish a board game in today's environment and what it would take for you to get published if you were trying to get a publisher for your board game. I've spoken with Ajit George about game writing, education, and his contribution to Van Richter's Guide to Ravenloft and his development of the Journey Through the Radiant Citadel Dungeons & Dragons book. Let's see, who else have I spoken to?
I am Hela, Odin's firstborn, commander of the legions of Asgard, the rightful heir to the throne, and the goddess of death.
Yes, I really appreciate her taking the time to speak with me. That was a great interview. I've also spoken with Cameron Pasha, writer and novelist who's been working in Hollywood for over 20 years. His projects have included Emmy and Golden Globe nominated Sleeper Cell, Kings, Nikita, and Roswell, New Mexico. His analysis and commentary have been very popular on YouTube. I've gotten to speak with Paul Shadow, the former network executive, who has made quite a splash here on YouTube with his reaction videos to current movies and films. He and I discussed the status of independent film and web productions online today. Brianna de Silva is a reoccurring guest on the show, and a very popular one at that. She's an author and director, and she was also the co-writer of the cultist comedy web show that's here on the channel. She and I regularly meet to study and analyze stories. I've also gotten to speak with of the Positive Fandom channel. She's an ally in our effort to be a positive and constructive force in the geekverse. Are you ready? Have you got your drink? Are you all settled in? You might want to buckle up because it could be a wild ride. We're about to explore the worlds of tabletop gaming, sci-fi, fantasy, and the geekverse through the eyes of those who are making things happen.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out.
It's time for Table Talk. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Table Talk tonight. And boy, I have a feeling like this is going to be a wild one. This is a topic that was requested by the community. Everybody who was in the chat, they really wanted us to talk about Batman: The Dark Knight, and it is one of my favorite films. So I wasn't going to pass that up. So here we are talking about The Dark Knight, and we've got basically the all-star panel for this. Everybody's favorite panelists, Doug Burton, and she is back, Brianna de Silva. She is here.
Yay!
Welcome.
Thanks.
Oh, okay. So it is good to have everybody back. And, I'm supposed to have up some, everybody's books.
Oh, and speaking of which, you may have noticed
Brianna has a new link. Yes.
I put it in my description, and that is because I have I'm finally relaunching my newsletter. It was going to happen already, but I had a serious burnout that happened last week, so it will be within the next week or two. So I finally have something to send people to, because I don't really use social media. So if you want to follow what I'm up to, what projects I'm working on, kind of a behind the scenes insider look, I will be sending that out once a month.
Okay, hang on. Let me bring this up. So it's Brianna de Silva .blog/subscribe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll do you first. Do you want to tell everybody who
drinking,
you are
Brianna?
then? And
Huh?
then you want to
Oh,
tell
I've got a,
everybody
got a
who
little
you
bourbon
are?
with me. I needed some.
Oh, you got bourbon? All right. I just have beer. I've got beer
What do
here.
you have? A
Clink.
beer.
This
What
was
is he?
because of that police chief who was poisoned with the scotch in the movie.
Mhm. Oh, so you had to do that. Nice.
Yeah, I had to.
So here you go. So if you go to, let me
Yep.
put this link in the chat right now. So we're going to start with Brianna. So people have asked. So Brianna's newsletter link.
Yeah, and I also like, and this is something I've done in the past, and I'll do it again when I actually have like a book coming out. But I will use it for like if you're someone that likes to beta read or get ARCs, like advanced reader copies. My subscribers are always the first to get dibs on that. So, yep.
So that is back. So if you are interested in knowing what is up with Brianna De Silva, other than being here on Table Talk,
Yeah.
other than that, it's going to be this link. This is the best place to be.
Yep. I'm
Okay.
excited. It's almost ready to go.
Ready to go with it. I know we're all trying to. We try things and then sometimes they don't work, and then we have to try things again.
I needed a break. Yeah.
But you also are. How is your editing of your new, of your independent film, of your short film?
Yeah. So as I mentioned, I had a profound burnout from all the craziness the last couple weeks, last couple months. So I've been a little bit on recovery mode for about a week, but I'm still on the first cut, but I'm almost done with it. But yeah, that's where
Recovery
I'm at.
mode is
I
good.
really want you. I'm sorry, Doug. Go ahead.
I just said recovery mode is good.
Yeah. Also, pacing yourself and not burning out, even better. I'm starting to learn my lesson.
Let me put in here. I'll also put in the chat the Raven Keep Discord link. So if you find us, come to the Raven Keep Discord link. That's also the best place to, if you're not part of the Discord server, to find out where everything is going, what's happening day to day. I've been trying to put out more stuff by my email as well, but I realized that last week there was so much that went on, it overwhelmed my email server, and so some of the emails didn't even go out on the right day. So I'm trying to think. I'm going to have to set up a new email server that will handle the volume of email. So I'm working on that, but the Discord server is actually the place to be. So, Brianna, we had I'm looking forward to being able to watch your new short film on Table Talk. I hope we get to do
I'm
that. I
excited
hope
to
it's
do
good
that.
enough. I hope
Yeah.
you agree that we can do that. And then
we will.
I want to be able to watch it. We did.
Be too much longer.
I wish you had been with us on the Burnett work for the Cultists.
I know. I wanted to join. I really did. Yeah.
All right. So Brianna, that's the place to be if you want to follow Brianna. So Brianna right there. Let's go over here to Doug. Doug, here is Faraway Bird.
Yes.
I'll put the link in here.
So yeah, I am the author of a historical fiction novel on Byzantine Empress Theodora. That is it right there. If you are interested in historical fiction, I strongly recommend this book. Completely unbiased. So
no bias here at all.
But yeah, you will see. To write this book, I used the hero's journey to start it, and when that fell out, I ended up veering off into a whole bunch of different notes on story structure, which led to the book that will come out probably in January of 2024, which is called The Heroine's Labyrinth, which is a completely alternative look at story structure. It takes themes from heroine-led fiction and has kind of led me to an entirely new archetypal design that I'm very proud of. And that is in this book as well. So, and also I wanted to say congratulations to Heath as well. Didn't your Kickstarter conclude?
It did. Okay. So, yes, there has been a lot going on, and I have been enthusiastic like I haven't been in a long time. Oh.
Look what I have.
Oh, yeah, she's got. Yeah. So Brianna is the layout. Brianna did the layout for this. She also did the animation and the narration of the audiobook. But she has her layout artist copy of. Here, let me solo you so you can put it up. So she has her. There you go.
That's awesome.
Sword. Good night, sword. I said that backwards. Oh well.
She has
Isn't
the
it
layout
cute?
copy of this.
Look at that great, little graphic design. Whoever did that is amazing.
Did that?
Just kidding.
That's fantastic.
Anyway. There it is.
So yes, Goodnight Sword. Brianna has one of the advanced copies because she is the layout artist of it. So I'll put that over there. I'll take her
I'm
off
special.
solo now. So yes, so that is. I just dropped the link to Goodnight Sword in there. The Kickstarter ended, but as always, as soon as I ended the Kickstarter, I immediately had people go, "Oh my God, I was just trying to get there, and I got home from work late. It was not. I didn't get to it. So if you didn't get there." Then you go to Goodnight Sword, and then I set up right here request late pledge. So if you need a late pledge, I'm going to send out the invoices for late pledges at the end of this week. I'm going to send out the surveys at the end of this week, and then also if you request a late pledge. So if you got in late, Goodnight Sword, it's a medieval bedtime fantasy story. It's obviously my take on Goodnight Moon, a world of gallantry, chivalry, and rabbits based on the classic story Goodnight Moon. You can, if you go over here to the page, like I said, it's ended. But you can also see the animated audiobook, which Brianna has narrated and also animated. And then if you want to get in on it, because I know there are geeks out there who want to read Goodnight Sword to their kids or their nephews or younger cousins or children of friends, click request late pledge. They'll take you to a form to fill out, and then fill it out. And then I will send you an invoice directly, like I'm thinking by Friday, like at the end of this week. And then
we're geeks, so we're late all the time. So this makes sense.
Well, yeah, we're going to be moving. I had a fantastic conversation with people about Rabivania and the Kickstarters last night. I had an extended dinner meeting last night on Rabivania and where to go from here and what's going on. And I'm extremely excited about it. This is the very first thing that's now published and out, getting out to the world, for the worlds that are being developed. And we were working on the RPG book this morning. It's a big step. It's a big step. So the next step is going to be the RPG book. We were working on that this morning. And then, so we're doing the Tales of Rabivania RPG book next, but then we're going to do the Theophany, the Tale of the Fall of Lucifer next. So I get several different worlds. This is the first one. So that is that. All right. Is there anything else?
I just wanted to say real quick, my chair, I don't know if you could see it.
Nice. Oh, you know what? I have a Batman t-shirt.
Whoa.
I should have been wearing that today. Why didn't I not think to wear that?
Yeah, I
just pretend I'm wearing my Batman t-shirt.
I'll do that. Hey, are we going to ask the chat who did the best Batman? Is that going to be part of this conversation?
Well, I heard people have already been talking about that.
They should cast their vote officially. We need to take an official tally.
Well, now hold on. Now, what options do you want? Actually, we can do an official poll. Actually, we can. So we can actually do a poll now. But what options do we want? So let's say here. Let's
you got to have Adam West.
No, wait. That was Q&A. Hold on. Let's start a poll. Who was the best Batman? Okay, so Adam West has to be one. Who else?
Michael Keaton. Christian Bale, obviously, for The Dark Knight.
Christian Bale.
Are we even going to add Kilmer and Clooney? I think we shouldn't. Has anyone ever voted for those guys?
I don't think anyone has ever voted for Kilmer or Clooney.
We got to
now,
have what's his face, the most recent one.
Although there is a caveat to this question, because some people do argue that are you including the depiction of Bruce Wayne? Because some people will when they're talking about who's the best Batman, they will talk about an amalgamation of you have to play both Batman and Bruce Wayne. Effectively,
that's true. That's true. Like Ben Affleck you have to add Ben Affleck. He was a great Bruce Wayne, and I thought Robert Pattinson was a terrible Bruce Wayne. So yeah, I think you have to take a little bit of both into account because that is kind of a split identity there.
So okay, so this may be too complicated a question. Christian Bale will add option. I see people putting in. They were talking about Kevin Conroy.
Kevin Conroy.
I can only get four options. So the four options.
So I think we should
Adam West, Michael Keaton, Christian Bale, or Kevin Conroy.
Okay, because I don't think anyone's going to pick Robert Pattinson. Although he was a good Batman, I did not think he did a bad. He was a terrible Bruce Wayne. I think some of that's the script, but I thought he was a good Batman. I didn't think he was a bad Batman.
That's such a divisive film. I adored that version of Bruce Wayne and Batman. But most people, people will like love it or they'll hate it, and it's funny.
See,
People
I
are
thought it
like,
was
"But he's
good.
so emo." But I'm like, but yeah,
It's very
his-
emo. It's
his-
very emo.
Listen, his parents died, and then he went and used all of his rich boy funds to beat up criminals. Like that. Tell me that's not emo.
No, it is. I thought it was good, and I thought Robert Pattinson, he surprised me. I did not think I was going to like his version at all, and I decided early on in the film that I thought he was doing a great job. I also liked that he was more of a detective in the Batman.
It was a different take.
Yeah, well, but that's in line with some of the comics as well, though. So anyway, I thought it was better than expected. I ended up liking that Batman, and I didn't think I would.
Yeah, it was moody in a different way. It was moody in like a quiet way, whereas Christopher Nolan's trilogy is moody and it's epic. It's a very different tone, and I think that's that word. I was talking about this with one of my brothers, Jameson, and he was like, that was what he said. He was like, yeah, Christopher Nolan's trilogy is epic. I was like, yeah, that's correct. That is the way to differentiate them. It's not as quiet and reflective. And one of the things that was interesting to me, just real quick, like in preparing for this live stream, I read the screenplay because it was already on my list of screenplays I wanted to read. And I really found that as much as I've always appreciated those films and always thought there was, I liked them because there's layers to them and stuff like that. It's not just like a, cheesy action movie. But like reading the screenplay, because it takes longer to read it than it does to watch it. Like it's like deeper than I even remembered it being. Like it's very rich. There's a lot more going on, a lot more symbolism than I even picked up on before. And I feel like in order to fully appreciate this film, I need to continue to study it like multiple times. Like you could study it just on one aspect. And there's apparently this is also one of the most common things for people to talk about on YouTube in terms of the film criticism or like video essays about movies. Like Dark Knight is one of the most common ones people do. There are literally hundreds of them out there, hundreds and hundreds. You can just watch them all day long. That you can focus on just like the dialogue or the pacing or the cinematography or like every little element you could pick out is fantastic. So,
well, this is one of my favorite movies for sure. It's one of my favorite movies, and so it got to be interesting. Christopher Nolan. Now I think he's let me down in some other things, but this was at the height of like Batman and Christopher Nolan for me.
Well, it's hyper realistic. They made such an effort to like militarize Batman. They tried to make everything very grounded. The cities look like regular American cities. There was police chiefs and commissioners, and there was a structure to it all that totally mirrored real life. And it took the fantasy element largely away, and a lot of the goofiness is gone. If Batman was real, this is what it would look like. It didn't.
That definitely feels like what they were thinking.
What's that?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just saying that's definitely, you could assume that's probably what the angle was, the directing and writing. It was just if Batman existed.
Right. And I'll just say this is just a small aside because I'm a geek. I track everything. I plugged in every superhero movie, and I just do this on my own. I don't know why I do it, but I'm half crazy. I took every superhero movie that I've ever watched, and I plugged in the Rotten Tomatoes fan score, the Rotten Tomatoes critic score, the Metacritic score for critics and fans, also the IMDb score, and then I aggregated it across the board. And out of 92 films that I filled all this information in and crunched the numbers, The Dark Knight is number one out of all these films. It's amazing. The top 5 are The Dark Knight, Spider-Man No Way Home. This is for superhero movies. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse, universally beloved, Avengers Infinity War, and The Dark Knight Rises, which surprised me.
That surprises me too.
That one used to be my favorite, and I think I now appreciate The Dark Knight more. I think mainly just because when I watched it, I was younger, and I think the symbolism of The Dark Knight Rises, I picked up on it more. But then this one's a little bit more subtle, and so I didn't appreciate it as much. But now I appreciate it more, and I think it's better because it is more subtle.
My opinion of The Dark Knight Rises has gone up. I watched it semi recently, and I was like, you know what? I was so tough on this movie. It's got like real societal. There's like a real threat to society in this movie, whereas the Joker kind of flirts with it here in The Dark Knight, I felt like in The Dark Knight Rises, society was seriously vulnerable to Bane. But anyway, I just thought it was interesting that if you take the aggregate score of everything, The Dark Knight is #1 out of all superhero films in terms of critical and public response and ratings.
Yeah.
And that's what we're talking about tonight. The #1 superhero
Yeah.
movie.
All right. Well, we've got to approach this movie from multiple angles because we're talking about a corruption arc angle. We were talking about the heroine's labyrinth angle. I was trying to rewatch it, especially with the things that Lou was talking about. I wish we had been able to talk to Lou about his complete theory of story before we got to this, but he'll be on later. Lou will come back on and do that with us later, so we'll even do that. But we talked a little bit about that last time with Moana, and we touched on The Dark Knight. So we kind of got started with that. So I was thinking about that, especially as I was rewatching this. Theories or symbolism of good and evil, or relationship between antagonist and villain. Are they the same? Are they different? That is in this movie. So there's a lot of stuff going on. Let's look at the poll, and then I'm going to throw it to Brianna to get started. So I'm going to close the poll. So we only had 7 votes. So I'm in the poll.
Where is the poll?
Well, you have to, you can't see it in our StreamYard. You have to go to the actual YouTube page, because I have to actually start from the YouTube page. So the StreamYard doesn't show it. But on the actual YouTube page, because if you open the YouTube page in like a different window and then you stop the video, don't have the video playing while we're recording, but you can watch over there. And so who was the best Batman? Kevin Conroy came out on top with 42% of the vote.
Wow.
So Kevin Conroy with our group right here, 42%. Michael Keaton at 28%. Christian Bale tied Michael Keaton. So Keaton and Christian Bale tied. Nobody voted for Adam West.
Well, I think Adam West is everyone's #2.
maybe that's everybody too. Everybody's #2. I watched a lot of Adam West. I watched Adam West. I watched a lot of Batman at that time. And of course I was watching reruns. I wasn't watching it that. But I watched Adam West and I was like, that's Batman. This is like, I thought, I'm watching Batman. This is Batman. This is serious.
Well, it's funny because Adam West was my introduction to Batman too. So, it was a 60s movie, but that was all there really was for Batman besides the comic books, like for television. And I remember, in fact, the first movie I was ever in where a trailer came in and the theater went nuts was Batman 1989. I remember my mom took me to see something in 1989, and I was sitting in the theater and the trailer hit and they showed him coming in on the Batwing and all this other stuff. And they showed him grab that guy and go, I'm Batman. And I was like freaked out. The whole theater was screaming and yelling and cheering. I was like, what's going on? My mom's like, they're really excited about the movie. I was like, they are? Batman? And Batman was the big blockbuster that year by far.
Well, and that was a different time. And then I'm going to throw it to Brianna. But that was a different time because today it's not really a big deal it's not really a big thing for a superhero movie to be a big thing. Right. They are often big things. But that one, when the original Batman came out, I mean, Michael Keaton it's got Prince doing the music. It's got, it was Burton, like Nicholson. It's a Burton film. It's got who was the Joker?
Jack Nicholson.
I love the Jack Nicholson Joker. Like that was a freaking epic movie. I remember that one being a cultural phenomenon.
It was.
It was a cultural phenomenon in a way that other movies were not. And because it was not during the superhero genre. But then that movie hit, and that movie was a cultural phenomenon. And I feel like that was back in the day when you could just make a movie.
Yeah.
They made a movie, and it was epic.
Well, and I actually think that seeing that kind of enthusiasm for a trailer is part of what got me into movies that moment. To see, whatever it is, 100 people sitting there in the theater freaking the F out over the Batwing and Batman and all the action that you stuff into that 1.5-minute trailer. And they were just going crazy for it. And then it ends with the giant logo. And I'm like, whoa. So there's something about being around that sort of hysterics, that really sticks with you. So Batman was the one that put it on the map in terms of trailer freak out.
Something I really want to do. I'm not a cosplay guy, but one thing I really want to do, I actually started collecting some of the pieces. I haven't got all, but I really want to do a Jack Nicholson's Joker cosplay because I feel like I could do that, and then I could do some of the scenes or something like that. I feel like I could do a really good Joker.
You could pull it off.
If someone really needs an insane Joker, I feel like I could pull it off, especially if Brianna would direct me. Like if we, I need a few seconds of direction here, so we can do if I do a really good cosplay, and you can direct me as the Joker. I think that
you could pull it off, man. I just want to say, Danny Sable Phoenix said Danny Elfman's score for the Batman theme has absolutely stood the test of time. It's in Lego. It's in like the Lego movies. Even in the Justice League. I don't know if you know. If not the Zack Snyder version, the original version that I think Josh Whedon did, they slip in some of Elfman's score for the Batman, and they mix it with John Williams' score for Superman in this one track, and it's really, really awesome. So yeah, Elfman made the defining Batman music, and it's iconic.
All right, should we get into it?
Yeah, Brianna. All right,
well, a 30-minute intro. So what's the one thing I'm unsure which entry way to get into? So you guys tell me which way to do it. So there are two things. I can start off by talking about sort of my general thinking about corruption arcs, and then the questions about this one, or you can start off thinking about kind of some of the general themes of this story, and then lead into the corruption arc that way. Do you guys have a preference for which way? Because I can't decide which way to start.
Probably start general, right?
Let's start with general themes. That's what I was going to say too.
General themes. Okay, yeah. So some of the stuff that I was thinking about here is, one of the things is obvious, right? Is that there's clearly there's this constant contrasting between Batman and between Harvey Dent. There's the White Knight and the Dark Knight. Those phrases are used. And I was trying to think about what it is that on a symbolic level they both mean. And it seems to me that what Harvey Dent, at the beginning at least, what he is the White Knight is idealism. It's what you're looking up to. It's what you're aspiring to. And then it seems like the Dark Knight is kind of more like necessity, practicality, kind of like what you have to do in order to get things done. And it seems to me that what the story is saying is that Gotham needs both, that Gotham can't fix its problems with only one or the other. And I was noticing that it seems like both of these knights mostly see the value in the other knight at the beginning. So, or at least that's one of the things that they struggle with. So like, so for example, when Harvey Dent takes the fall, or he says that he's the Batman at one time, that's a really interesting scene because he's starting off that speech talking to all those people using idealism, talking about, how we got to be better than this, blah, blah, blah. And it's not working on the crowd. I'll come back to this later. But that moment when he kind of sacrifices himself briefly so that the Dark Knight can then go and do his dirty work is like a moment of him kind of letting the idealism go to the side and then letting the Dark Knight do his work. Whereas the Dark Knight is always trying to make sure the White Knight can stay in place. And so I was noticing this kind of like back and forth of like the two of them needing each other, but not recognizing it totally. What do you guys think about that? Did you notice that kind of thing too? Yeah.
So instead of, you mentioned idealism for the White Knight, and I think that could be the case. So idealism is fine, but I was thinking of these things in terms of within the system and without of the system.
That's where I'm at.
So the White Knight is operating within the system. The Dark Knight is operating outside of the system.
I agree.
Oh, yeah, that's interesting. Okay.
So I wrote down this whole film, especially the opening, which I'd like to get into, or I'll get into that at some point.
Yeah.
Social order and the rules that hold it together. That's a massive issue in this movie, and I think it's part of what makes it so enduring because they approach those two ideas, social order and the rules that hold it together, from about 12 effing angles. Like they really look at it from different sides. And the White Knight appears to be the one who follows the rules that that societies need to maintain that social order. However, the system gets corrupted. And when that happens, you need the Dark Knight to enforce the laws, by breaking the laws, because that's what a vigilante is. So
Mhm.
outside the system, like Heath said, is to break the laws in order to preserve the social order, to preserve the good. And both appear to have their place in history, in story, and society. So, but they really explore the ethics of it, the ethics of breaking the rules. It's all over the place in this movie. The ethics of breaking the rules, with the Joker as someone who throws the rule book out entirely, to live without rules. That's his credo. So I agree. I think Heath, I agree with both of you that this idea of the White Knight and the Dark Knight are both needed. And the idea that one represents the within the system and the one represents without the system. The only thing I would add is the themes of social order and rule, following the rules or breaking them.
There's a really interesting detail that I noticed that changed from the script to the actual film. And there's this one subtle word at the very end where the Joker says, you know, I took Gotham's shining light. And in the script, he says, and I brought him down to my level. In the movie, he says, I brought him down to our level. And I thought that was a really interesting note that he linked. They ended up deciding at some point when they were filming it for him to say that, linking the Batman with him, that both of them are, I guess, what you guys are saying, like outside of the social order. I was trying to figure out what that was. And I think what you're saying there probably fills the gaps of what I was stuck on, that that it's like, but they're on different versions of that. Like one is the complete chaos. The other is I need to bend the rules for now, that Batman is a temporary situation to fix a broken system.
Well, but the idealism, even if it's not within a system, like the Joker, and we can get to it when we get there as well, but even Batman, though he breaks all certain rules, has the one rule: I don't kill people.
Yeah.
And the Joker's like, but I'll make you break that rule. Like, that's his thing. I'll make all of you break all your rules. I don't care. Like, don't think you guys are better. So when I hear him say, bring you down to our level, I think it means the level at which humanity cannot live up to an ideal. Which is all of us to some extent. Like even the model falls short a lot of times.
I mean, in context, it felt like he was saying you and me.
No,
I brought him down to our level. I think he was saying like.
That's interesting. You caught that change from the script to the screen. I always think that those are important changes because it makes you ask why.
Because someone did that on purpose, right? Either
exactly.
You know, Heath Ledger or the director. At some point, someone went, "Hey, maybe we should say it like this." You know.
Well, okay. Let me expand on this theme because I think it's actually even deeper than that. Because I was also following what Lou was going to be talking about more. That Batman and the Joker are mirrors, and so it's very significant when you're saying that bring it down to our level, because in a certain sense, both Batman and the Joker are representatives of chaos, because they're going to break rules, they're going to do things that other people cannot. People who are operating within society. But I think it's important then to recognize that we have the society represented by the police force and the DA's office and all the structure of society, but we also have the rules represented by the mafia and the thugs, because they're also operating according to a structure. Because we're also told that, like the Chinese will not extradite one of their own. So all of the mafia and the thugs are also representing some kind of order. They are some type of structure and some type of order. So we have, if we're doing D&D alignments here, we have might be like the lawful good, which is supposed to be, now that's been corrupted, but on a idealistic level, the police, the Gotham City government as lawful good, but then you have lawful evil being all of the thugs, the gang members that are all happening. And then what do they need to do? And they've been kind of like at this, loggerheads, right, when they're going on. And so Batman comes in as kind of like the chaotic good guy. He's going to break all of the rules, and that allows him to throw chaos into the thugs, the bad guys. So in order to defeat the bad guys, the good guys need Batman. But in order to beat the good guys, the bad guys need the Joker. It's the same thing. And that's why. Yeah, that's why I think this is one of those things that this is why when we get into the relationship between the antagonist and the villain, I mean, clearly we got heroes and we got villains, but Lou is going to tell us that the Joker is not the antagonist of this film.
Mhm.
But he is the villain, but he's the mirror of Batman, because we have two
Mm.
parallel societies, and they need each. They need the other person. They need the element of chaos to try to defeat the other one.
Mhm.
Right. Well, the system presents a problem for criminals because they live outside that system. And the system presents a problem for good people when it becomes corrupted. So the system itself becomes stuck. And you've got, like, I think that was a great observation. The idea that the criminals turn to the Joker to get around that system,
Yeah.
while the good guys turn to Batman, all of this taking place like off the game board, so to say. I think that's a good observation.
Sable Phoenix, thank you very much for the $5. Sable says, I think that Batman represents the authoritarian side of rule enforcement. He is the literal mirror. He is the opposite of the Joker, but Batman is kind of also anarchy, I think. Because
I don't
he's not going to follow. He does have.
See the rest of Sable. Sable has some more
so
comments.
Phoenix
Yeah,
says
my
Batman
favorite.
enforces the rules regardless of law, whether it's corrupt or international or whatever else. The underlying rules of the society is that the law is supposed to be underpinning, but is failing to.
Well, I don't know if authoritarian is the right word then, because when I think of authoritarianism, I think of system. It's a system of authority rather than a single.
Maybe
person.
not authoritarian, but just unyielding. Like he's uncompromising, because there was something like that, like uncompromising, like what his actual rule is or whatever. There's a point where the Joker says, "You really are incorruptible, aren't you?" And so I wonder if there's something to that.
Well, maybe tyrant. Tyrant is more individualistic, and you can maybe make a case that Batman has a tyrant's mentality in that he doesn't ask permission. He goes off and
That's
enforces
fair.
these rules. We accept him because we look at him and say he's fighting for us. You know, he's fighting for the good. But even in the comic books, they really muddy those waters. But he's a Dark Knight.
It's chaotic. It's the reason I use the word chaotic is because when Batman's going after the Chinese mafia guy, it's saying that he's outside of your jurisdiction. There are laws that will not allow you to pursue that guy, and Batman's like, screw that. I'm going to go get him. That even though the laws don't allow, so if he were lawful, I feel like
you're right.
An authoritarian would be more about law, or he's more about, hey, somebody's trying to hide behind some kind of law, even though that's wrong. I'm just going to go grab the guy and throw him in jail.
Well, sticking with D&D alignments, chaotic, lawful good is not Batman.
Yeah, wait, it's not.
No.
Oh, yeah, it's not. Right.
Chaotic good is Batman. So if I had to pick an alignment, it would have to be chaotic good.
Yeah.
And Joker would be chaotic evil. He's not lawful evil at all.
Right,
He's specifically not lawful evil. However, I would say that the mobsters are a little bit more lawful evil.
The mobsters would be lawful evil.
Right. Like, and some of my notes when I was talking about the idea of social order, even among thieves, there exists a social order. And in the beginning, they're like, oh, he thinks he could sit this one out and take a slice. They're discussing the ethics of thievery. He's not getting his hands dirty. Is it ethical that he gets the same cut that we get? That's a discussion of the ethics of thievery that they're having in the card on the way to the heist. So there's ethics there, even in The Godfather. The five families get together. They make sure that it's not chaotic. That is a almost ritualistic law, like a law within thieves.
Yes.
A legal system within thieves, like the Thieves Guild. That's lawful evil to me. A way that you have a rule, you have rules that you follow in order to do terrible things.
And it's interesting to think about what Harvey Dent's journey means in this context, because he's going from one archetype to another. So, he's starting off as lawful good. Because one of the things that I was noticing about his just sort of overarching arc is it seems to me to be one of disillusionment. Like he's someone who has these ideals and these values, but he finds that they're not working or they're not getting the results he thinks they should be getting. And, he's getting frustrated because he's not achieving his goals. And then he has a horrible tragedy that just obliterates his feelings that like following these ideals will get the results I want. And now it's like following these ideals makes no sense. And then, and it seems to me that that's kind of like what he then becomes. So if the Joker then is bringing him down to our level, as he says, what is it exactly that he has then changed him into according to this framework? What do you guys think?
Well, So
what is his alignment at the end?
well, chaotic good maybe, or
Because
maybe
he's lawful
chaotic
good, but he's not good at the end. Like what is
he's still
Two-Face?
operating. I think he's still operating on. He's still attacking the bad guys. I know he's still. Well, I guess you're right. He does.
No, he's
threaten the
not.
kid. You're right. He threatens
At the end, he throws
you know what
those
he is?
values out.
chaotic neutral, because he's
Well,
flipping
we have somebody.
coins. I mean,
Robert's saying saying neutral good.
yeah, chaotic neutral. I would say chaotic neutral because he's flipping coins and leaving people's lives a chance. You can't get much more neutral.
Maybe
than
that's
that.
a fair point.
Harvey Dent. I'm sorry.
Harvey Dent.
Harvey Dent.
Dent.
Harvey Dent's a Two-Face. The difference between the two.
In the end, so Harvey so
chaotic
he is
neutral.
He starts off kind of lawful good, and so but he transfers to complete chaos.
Yeah, I'm thinking
he's
chaotic
not neutral
neutral
by the end of it. He's just chaos.
Chaotic
But
neutral.
the Joker also is very much just chaos.
Yeah.
Well, but Joker.
It's not just. Evil. It's different though. It's different because with the Joker, his chaos it feels more complete in the sense that he doesn't believe in like any of these values at all. Whereas specifically with Harvey Dent, it's that he had these values and they didn't work for him, or at least that's what he's come to tell himself. And so I think that the coin is a very important part of his character, especially in this version of it. I'm not going to look at other versions of Harvey Dent, other versions of Two-Face, just this one in this movie where it's fascinating too. A quick side note, because this movie came out 1 year after No Country for Old Men, which I watched recently, and also has a really fantastic villain that uses a coin flip to decide if he's going to kill someone or not sometimes. And it's a similar philosophy, although it's a little bit different because this guy's a psychopath, and it's like it's a little bit different, but it's fascinating that they came out around the same time. I doubt that they influenced each other. It's probably a coincidence. But I don't know. But because he starts off with that coin, of course, is a double-sided coin, and he's telling people that he's using chance when he's not. He says that's his value at the beginning. I make my own luck, but and he's using it to kind of make someone else think it's chance when it's really not. But then at the end, he comes to think that his choices and his following this ideals doesn't work. So instead, the only thing that must be just, I think justice is really important for him. That he's still, unlike the Joker at the end, he still has like this thing that he's reaching for, which is justice. And so he's come to believe that the only way to have actual justice is just random chance. And that, like, right. if we come and we try to force it, then it's not going to be just. So there's still like a principle that he's trying to reach for in a sense, whereas the Joker doesn't have anything like that.
Neutrality. He's not picking a side. He's letting that coin solve it for him. And in a way, it's a transference.
Or he's saying he is.
Right. But it's a transference of the decision-making process. So if it comes up heads, it's not his fault. It's the coin's fault. Boom, you're
it's
gone.
Chance's fault. It's the universe, which is the same thing that happens in No Country for Old Men. It's a sense of like, well, this isn't my responsibility. Like I didn't choose to kill you.
Transference.
And so it's making you saying like the universe chose it. But Batman points him out like you're still the one pointing the gun. So
doesn't the villain from No Country for Old Men have a very eloquent explanation for that? I can't remember, but I think I remember him having a very eloquent way of explaining this random, like,
it was basically like he would have certain situations where he would kill people and there was a reason for it. But if he was at a situation where he couldn't decide, he wasn't sure if it made sense for him to kill the person or not, then he would flip a coin and then he would tell the person to call it, be like, all right, call it. And they'd be like, what am I calling? And he's like, everything. But he's so calm about it because like, for him, he's a psychopath. And so he doesn't really have like a intuitive sense of morals. And so in those situations, he's like, I can't choose for myself. I'll let the universe decide. And that was kind of like how that villain operated.
See, the reason I think it's chaotic is coming up even in the chat. When Harvey Dent puts the gun to the Joker's head, he's like, well, let fate decide. And he flips it. Joker's like, ooh, now we're talking. So Joker liked it. So he's willing to take that. Yeah, Joker says fair. So to him, that's the chaos. That's the randomness that the Joker thrives on. Harvey's now embracing this chaotic attitude. But I think he's neutral in that he is half vengeful and scornful. He's willing to harm children and kids and innocents, but also willing to attack the bad guys. So that's why I think it becomes chaotic neutral for Harvey. Just to stick with the D&D alignments, but
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
that's why I
the
think
Joker
that
seems to
one
have a
fits.
point. He's got a side that he is pulling for, and he's doing this for a
Right.
reason. So chaotic evil seems to make sense. The Joker he's trying to prove a point about society,
Mhm.
about
Mhm.
human nature. He's got
Yeah. He wants
says he
people
doesn't
to
have a
agree with
plan and
him.
stuff like that, but he does have a perspective that he is trying to promote. But
He has
then
a
by the time
philosophical plan. Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, but then by the
philosophy.
time that Harvey Dent is wrecked, he becomes unhinged in a different way.
Well, in a way,
Uh-huh.
for the fall arc, and now I know you guys are the experts on this, but ever since I've had discussions,
We are the experts.
You are, but ever since I've had the discussion with you, it's on my mind. So obviously, when I was watching The Dark Knight, it was on my mind because clearly Harvey Dent is an ideal character to study for a corruption arc, The Fall. And one thing I noticed, or two things that I noticed, and you might help me on the Lucifer tie-in. But I was thinking, the note I wrote down was special incorruptibility. When I thought of Anakin Skywalker, Michael Corleone, and Harvey Dent, they all were specially incorruptible. Anakin was the chosen one. He's going to bring balance. He's incorruptible. He's the one the prophecy spoke of. Michael Corleone, he's the college boy. He didn't want that life for him. He's the good one. He's the good, incorruptible kid. And here you have Harvey Dent, the White Knight, the incorruptible law enforcement officer or politician. All of those guys had this weird special aura of incorruptibility, and those were the guys that fell all the way to the bottom, which I haven't thought it through yet. I just noticed that was a trend. I just wrote special incorruptibility.
Yeah.
And for all three of those guys, it was the loss of somebody that sent them a little over the edge. Michael Corleone's first wife was blown up in that car accident, in the car bomb. Rachel Doss dies for Harvey Dent, and then Padme Amidala for Anakin Skywalker. That seemed to tip all three guys into this other realm where their archetypal personality changes to something more dangerous and chaotic, or just dangerous and evil. I don't know about
get into the depths of that yet?
What's that?
Oh, sorry. Finish your thought. Also, I want to say hi to Nicole, who's in the chat.
I know. I was
Hi
about
to
to
me.
say, hey,
That's my friend.
and
Hi, Nicole.
has been on the channel before. We did when we were still called the General Geekdom. Nicole has been on the show. So Nicole, check out Nicole's.
I brought her over.
Yes.
Hey,
Welcome, Nicole. Good to see you. Good to see you.
She has a channel too, by the way. She has a.
Yes.
she
So
has
check
a
out her
YouTube
channel.
where
Yes.
Yes.
And I agree with Robert with Vader being lawful evil. I agree with that. Totally agree with that. In fact, I personalitied out Anakin, and Anakin is the exact opposite personality as Vader in all the personality dimensions. It's very fascinating, including the Vader's. Anakin is more chaotic. Vader is the one that sticks to the rules, But anyway, that's a different discussion. But my point was the idea of a special incorruptibility and the loss of a loved one that sent him over the edge. I just happened to notice that pattern.
Well,
I slightly disagree on that, but that's going to get deep into the weeds. So I want to ask Keith, do we want to get deep into the weeds on the corruption arc, or do you want to talk theme more first?
Well,
because
on
a
we
surface
said
level,
you
yes,
had theme and corruption arc, and we said let's talk about theme first. So have you said on your notes? Have you said everything you want to say about theme? If you have, then move to corruption. If you haven't, let's go ahead and finish what you were saying about theme.
Yeah, I think so. I think I've said everything about that.
Okay. Well, then go deep. Okay, go deep on corruption. Then. All right. If you said it all, then go deep.
So before I do that, or I guess this is not before, this is part of it. Before we talk specifically about Harvey Dent, I want to kind of give people a little bit of an update on what I'm thinking about in general with corruption arcs, because if anyone's been following along, Heath and I have been having this discussion for a while, and each time there's been a bit of an evolution. The last time we talked about it, also with Cameron and Pasha, and there's a lot that I've been thinking about since then. A weed-friendly zone.
So everybody's there. You got support here, so go ahead.
Okay, good.
That man likes purple weeds anyway, doesn't he? In the first one.
So a quick little recap on some of the stuff that Heath and I kind of were looking at it from different angles, and one of the things that has been this kind of ongoing discussion, debate, sort of kind of is, so we were talking about, hero to villain. We couldn't decide whether to call it a fall or corruption arc. I've come to the point where I think both make sense. I think people use both. And so that's just like a hero comes to villain. And then I was also noticing this pattern of kind of a post-corruption destruction sort of a story that K.M. Weiland calls the fall. Heath was, showing that that's kind of confusing. And I was very poorly describing that, I think, in the past, because I didn't realize, I was like, well, there's this other kind of story, and I don't know how to describe it. But what really got me thinking was when we talked with Cameron, he pointed out another movie, and I still haven't watched it, The Northman, and he was saying that one has both elements. And I was like, okay, well, that's weird. So it doesn't make any sense to me, because in one story, you have one character has an arc. So it doesn't make any sense for me to say in one story, a character has a corruption arc and then a fall arc or a redemption arc or something like that. Like they're going to have one arc. But I've been noticing that like some stories will just follow one element and then maybe a sequel will follow another. And I was trying to make sense of like how to think about that. And I had an epiphany while I was watching this old movie from the 1920s called Faust. So I'll get into this into a second, but I was, I kind of tracked a possible, like a work in progress, step-by-step stage. Like I have one that's in progress about what the corruption / fall arc, what that looks like. And I was watching this movie and I noticed that it was following the pattern. I was like, oh, that's fascinating. But about halfway through, it stopped following the pattern and it went to a different direction. And I was like, what does that mean? And this is my current hypothesis, is that the best way to think about a fall arc in general, like a fall story where someone is, they're starting off at a point of, what we would say they're morally positive, they're ending in some sort of a negative place, is that there's actually multiple paths. Instead of calling them arcs, we can call them paths. And that there are points along the path where someone might get off and go onto another path. So I've been identifying 3 of these. So there's corruption, and they rhyme. It's so nice. Corruption, redemption, and destruction is what I'm calling them for now. And that basically what I think is that the further along you go on this corruption path, the higher your consequences are going to be. But there's always these opportunities to get off and to redeem. So what I would notice happening in Faust is that he didn't go all the way to villain territory. About halfway through that, he got off and he started going on to the redemption path. And that even after you get all the way to the end, there's still chances to redeem. Even when you start going down what I've been calling now the destruction path, there will be another chance. But eventually you get to the point where there's no more chances. And then the consequences are very dark. So I want to show you guys this and then kind of like see how Harvey Dent fits in, because it's possible. Well, I'll get to kind of my thoughts on Harvey Dent first, but are you guys down for that? If I kind of watch
it, so grab another beer. You can bring it up on your side, right? I'm gonna grab another beer.
Well, I'm gonna share my screen, so you'll have to.
Yeah, you're gonna share your screen, so you can do it on your side. I'm gonna grab another.
Okay. Well, let me go ahead and start that. Oh, I only let me just share my screen. Well, let me share like a part of my screen. Oh, yes, it will. Good. Perfect. All right. Is it showing up for people?
Now it is.
There it is.
Now it is. What you're seeing right now is confusing. This is the big picture thing, but I decided to put it in this format. Yeah, exactly. As you can see, right here I've got. Let me zoom in a little bit. So I've got my corruption path here, a redemption path, destruction path. Obviously, the redemption path is longest because I've thought about the most. So I'll just kind of go very briefly through it and just give a couple examples too. So for corruption path, so first of all, you establish your hero, and you need to show 2 things. You need to show first that they're heroic, right? So things that are about them that are ideal, that you look up to, and then there's some sort of a vulnerability that you plant. So that vulnerability, it could be some sort of a fear, it could be a weakness, it could be a false belief, something that will eventually use that to tempt them towards the dark. They'll state their values, right? They'll say what it is that they think. So in The Godfather, it's the famous, that's my family, Kay, that's not me. I also noticed in The Dark Knight, I would point out, I would put when he says, I make my own luck, I would put that as that step. So I kind of feel like this inciting incident shouldn't go here, but so this was I'm kind of thinking about whether or not that makes sense to put that here. But potentially you would consider that part of the process where there's something that happens that's going to start their journey. So contrary values offer temptation. So this means that there's something that they are introduced to that usually pulls on their vulnerability. So I think about in Breaking Bad, it's when he first hears about how much money you can make selling meth. When he sees it on the television, he's like, that's a lot of money. And like, that would be an example of that. I think this moment in The Dark Knight would be when he sees the opportunity to that one henchman where no one's in the car, he can drive him away and start questioning him. Because there's a moment, especially you notice it in the film more so in the script, where he's kind of looking at it, he's looking to see if anyone's watching. It's very much a temptation moment. And in some cases, this coincides with an event that kind of weakens whatever their positive beliefs are. So they have these values about the world, a way that they're seeing the world, and now they're starting to doubt it. So in The Godfather, that would be, for example, when he goes to see his father in the hospital, and the police aren't there to protect him. So he's a guy. Michael believes in the law. He believes in the American ideals, but that system is not protecting his family. It's not protecting his father, and so that's when he starts to doubt.
But he's the one who comes up with the idea to put the collar up and hang out in the front and everything. So he had a tactical way of warding off the danger. He was the one with the ideas. Right.
And so I'll notice real quickly, I put this little sticky note. This was a note for myself mainly because I'm like, maybe this needs to go here instead of inciting incident. But in The Dark Knight, I think this moment is actually different, a separate step, and it happens first. That would be when Harvey Dent, when he's having that press conference and he's trying to convince people, according to his ideals, he's trying to be a politician, like we shouldn't give in to terrorists and all this stuff, and it's not working. The crowd is not going along with it, so then he changes his tactic.
Can I add one word there for number 4?
Yes.
I would say besides just temptation, the introduction of a motive that leads them away from their values. They're motivated by something. A motive. Just the introduction of a new motive. Sorry.
Potentially, although I've been putting that as sort of a separate thing where I'll get back to this in a second, but there are some elements that I've noticed every corruption arc, fall arc, whatever you want to call it, needs to have. And that's one of them. There needs to be something that they care about that is part of why this is tempting. And so, for example, it's family in The Godfather. It's in this one, it's, justice. He's trying to enforce justice. So it's something that they care about. I would kind of put that as like not necessarily a step, but a principle that needs to apply throughout.
Well, the only reason I would say it's different than pure temptation is temptation seems to be something wrong that you're just curious about, or, there's a curiosity or an innocence to it. Whereas a motive, like to save his father, Michael Corleone, that's a motivation. So he is moved to act. He's motivated by something. I don't know if it's tempted yet. I think the temptation is once he's succeeded, the temptation is to do it again and again because you're good at it. Because it works.
That's
the problem with evil is it works in the world. It gets results. And that's why people are tempted by it, because it produces some kind of a result.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah, no. I know. I want that. Please do. I like for The Godfather. So I'm going back to my notes. You guys aren't seeing this, but I was seeing what I wrote down for The Godfather for this step. See, the hero encounters a moral argument or set of values that is in direct conflict with the one they currently hold. We can call this a corrupting idea. There's something tempting about this idea, something that feels like a direct answer to the character's vulnerabilities. In other words, this idea presents itself as an answer to the character's desire, a solution to their fear, or a confirmation of their false belief. That was what I was writing for this text. So it might need to be reworded, but that there's this thing that is it goes against their other values. Right. And they're starting to think, well, maybe these new values are good for me, actually. So I wrote for The Godfather, after they tempt on his father's life, Michael realizes that being involved in his family's affairs can help keep his family safe. And he's also good at it. There's opportunity for him to feel confident, respected, powerful. Yeah.
He seems to be good at something that no one else is.
Yes.
He seems to come up with the ideas. He's the idea guy. There's that great scene where he's like, and I'll kill them both. And then Sonny is like, oh, what the good college boy coming up with the
Right.
plan.
And I would put that as that step in The Godfather. It's not the moment when he's at the hospital. That would be kind of this right here where so I think this does need to be the next step. I'm just going to go ahead and put this here. Because
the hospital is the time where there's a new motivation for him. He needs to protect his dad. No one else is solving the problem. And he solves it. And I think the introduction of the new motivation and the results leads to the temptation next time, because now he knows he could cross the line. He might be good.
He can produce results. Thinking about, so when I'm thinking about Harvey Dent. So when it's a powerful scene where he's intimidating that guy, and then Batman shows up. So the White Knight is tempted to act like the Dark Knight. And the Dark Knight's like, oh my God, what are you doing? You can't become me.
Yeah, I need you to be the right knight.
And
for your theory, Heath.
So that is going to be step 5. So there's a moment when they are tempted and then they give into the temptation. That's why I'm using this terminology because this you could say that this would be a crossroads, but I feel like most stories are going to follow it. But technically, this is a crossroads right here. Like you could be tempted and then you don't give into the temptation, but that would not be much of an interesting story. So this is it. Well, I guess we'll assume that most of our characters are going to go through with this. Otherwise, they would just be a normal hero. So they give into the temptations. That could be, for example, Michael decides to, they make the plans for him to go and murder those 2 guys. And with Harvey Dent, that's the moment when he's threatening. He's actually doing it. He's actually threatening the henchman. And in Breaking Bad, it's when he goes and actually starts cooking meth for the first time. I wouldn't really. I'm not talking about Faust that much because most people don't know that story as well. But it does. It follows. Reference. But it does follow all these. And the weird thing about that movie is it loops around here 3 times. It does like step 6 through 8, like 3 times. It's really fascinating. But anyway, so some of these can repeat themselves apparently.
So hero gives interpretation is that scene you're talking about? Is that scene with Harvey Dent beating up that thug?
Yeah. That's what I would say. It's the moment when he's intimidating him. So he's doing the dark. This is a step where they do something dark. They're following a different set of values than they had before, and it's usually.
I would say an easy way to know is if he were seen, would it be approved behavior?
And in the Dark Knight, Batman, that's explicitly what Batman says. If anybody saw this,
right.
It would if anyone saw exactly,
so Batman could have done that because he's the underground, he's the chaos.
He's the Dark Knight, right?
So that's what you're expecting out of him, but that's not what you're expecting out of the White Knight.
Yes. Okay, so I'm calling this next step immediate consequences. I'm not sure if that's the best way to call it, but there's something. Maybe it is. Basically. This is a moment when we realize where the character, they're going to end up pulling away from the dark thing they just did because they realize, okay, this was actually not a good idea. So I'm saying for Harvey Dent, that's the moment when Batman comes in and he's like, this is a schizophrenic, like you're not going to get any information from him. It's like, oh, whoops, what I was doing was darker than I even realized, and then, it's being reprimanded by Batman basically.
A little bit of buyer's remorse or temptation remorse.
That moment is huge in the Breaking Bad. It lasts several episodes. Well, these 2 steps in Breaking Bad is several episodes. He's like, never again. I'm never cooking meth again because people end up dead. That's the immediate consequences. Is like it gets real very fast in Breaking Bad. Yeah, in The Godfather, that one's a little bit more subtle in The Godfather, but I feel like it's just the fact that he has to leave. He has to go to Italy. To Sicily. He has to, there isn't as much of a like, whoa, I'm not doing that again. But it does seem like there's still that moment of we're pulling back, we're pulling away. And this is closely related to step 7, which is, I don't know what to call this, but this is, I don't know, retreat. I don't know, but it's like, we're going to pretend like that didn't. Withdrawal, maybe.
I also like the idea of cover up because we were talking about if somebody saw this, then it would be bad. So what we have to do, the response to if somebody saw this would be bad, the response is cover up. So I like that idea of cover up because that's
maybe cover up.
That's what Batman tries to do in The Dark Knight is
Uh-huh.
cover
So I'll
up.
explain. Yeah. So for each of these 3 movies, I'll say what each of them is, and you guys tell me what you think a good way to describe it is. In Breaking Bad, it is, of course, several episodes where he just pretends like that never happened. You know, he does. He literally, in that one, he very much literally is covering up evidence of murder.
Or maybe
all sorts of things.
an effort to return to normal.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll just make another note here. Because let's see, there's like an effort to return to normal. I like that. In The Godfather, of course, as he tries to start a new life in Sicily, he gets married. In this one, it's a little bit slightly less clear to me. What is it that's
Well, doesn't he turn himself in
he
after
kinda,
that?
yeah, I mean, after that, he does kind of act a little bit more normal. That's true. Like
Well,
you
he
see
does
him
come
going
to his
back to his
senses.
ideals. Yeah, he does
comes
come back
his
to
senses.
following his
Batman
ideals.
kind of shakes him, and
Yeah.
right around then is when he says he's Batman, right? Doesn't he take the hit?
Oh yeah, so that's so he decides.
No, he does that earlier. He does that here. He does that a lot earlier in the story. I thought that at first too, but when I looked at it,
Really?
he actually does that. He
Wait,
does
what?
that before he before he threatens that guy. No, wait, is that right?
No, wait.
Yeah,
No,
it is. It is.
I think that, no, I think Doug was right there.
Yeah, because so
Let me
I always
check.
break this movie up into 3 sections, and the second section is the war between the mob and the police, led by the Joker this time, who's upping the ante by assassinating public officials. And they make an attempt on the mayor, and that's when they capture the police officer who's at that bagpipe parade, who's got Rachel's name on his tag, and that's when Harvey goes off the rails. The next segment is the fake death for Commissioner Gordon, right? And and then after that he turns himself in.
Yeah.
Because
you're right. I did have it
Batman
backwards.
rescues him later after that, right? From the
You're
the
right.
semi truck, or the armored truck. Batman rescues him after all that, and it turns out
You're
Commissioner
right.
Gordon wasn't dead.
Oh, it's fascinating.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
got to think
So
about that some more. So I did have the order of events messed up.
But that's a return. That's a return to normal. That's what's
You
going
might
on.
be right.
Batman
Yeah.
shakes him up, but you can't see this. That's that scene. Okay, but then what's the next major scene is when Harvey Dent says, "I'm Batman." So that's the return to normal. What you're talking about there, that's the return to normal.
Okay.
That Batman really shook him up there. Like he took the temptation. Batman really shook him up, and so then he tries to do something really in the opposite direction.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here's where it gets interesting. I mean, it's already interesting to me, but this is where I don't know. I just get excited about this part. So the next thing that happens, of course, so they've retreated, they've gone back to their normal values, but difficulties are increasing that temptation. So in The Godfather, for example, that is when his wife is killed. And that is in The Dark Knight. They're still not, they haven't defeated the mob yet. Now Rachel's life is in danger. Like the stakes are getting higher. In the Breaking Bad, it's like he's having all these financial issues, and the appeal of getting all that money is a lot higher. He's feeling less in control. He wants, the things that he wants are feeling more and more appealing. Like this other value system, it's tempting more and more and more, right? So there's a crossroads here. So this is where the concept of the path comes in. So in Faust, movie less people have seen, this moment happens about halfway through the movie where he has another temptation and he changes and he goes down the redemption path. And I'll just briefly show you guys what this looks like over here. We'll go over to the redemption path. And so that's, yeah. And so over here, so that would be, these are in black because they're at a different point. I'll talk about that in a second. But that's going to be, they then finally go and do something right. Now, they've already gone down the corruption path for a while, so there's still going to be consequences for their actions, but there's going to be some sort of a reward. Like there's going to be something, it's going to be bittersweet. So like if they end up having to die, there's still something positive that comes out of it. They're still able to, say, sacrifice themselves. I'm thinking of Darth Vader at the end, there's the consequence. He does die, but there's the reward, which is that he's able to have this connection with his son before he dies. So that's the redemption.
Vader,
there's still some. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's important because Vader is redeemed in a sense, but like if he survived, he would still be a criminal.
Right.
Still go to jail. Like he's not off the hook. He's not forgiven. He's redeemed spiritually. I think on a spiritual level.
On a spiritual level. And that's and the longer you're on the corruption path, that the smaller that reward is going to be, but there's going to be something.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point, actually.
Mm-hmm. All right, so let's go back down. Whoops, I got lost. Here we are. So if they don't do that and they give into the temptation, now here is where Harvey Dent's story doesn't follow as closely. So I'm going to not talk about it for a second. We're going to come back to that and we'll see what you guys think. Because I think there might actually be another option at this crossroads.
Well, he is technically unredeemed.
Yeah, well, let's come back to Harvey Dent though.
Okay,
Let me get the rest of this theory, and then I want to see what you guys think about something else here. So in of course in Breaking Bad, he decides once again that he's going to cook meth. It's a very great moment because he has complete volition. He has another option. This is another one of those elements that we'll come back to that needs to be in all of them, is that the character should always have a choice. But they're like so for example in Breaking Bad, he has the choice to accept some free money from some old friends, and that they're going to just offer to just pay his medical bills. So he has that choice. But the problem is, it's what he needs, but isn't what he wants. What he wants is respect. What he wants is control. He wants to do it himself. He wants, to have power in his own life. So at the moment where he's sitting there on the phone with this guy and he says, no, he turns him down, basically. He turns down the offer. And then he gets out of his car, goes over to the guy and he's like, you want to cook? So he gives into the temptation and he has a full choice in that moment. And in The Godfather, that would be when he comes back, right? Like he's decided, okay, the danger is hard to escape. And that is when he also his brother gets killed too. That's another thing that happens on step 8. And so he doesn't only just come back to his family. He comes back and is working under his father directly in order to replace him. So given to the temptation, we continue down the corruption arc. Now, these two are really interesting. So we have a surrender, and the surrender is like, up until this point, there's been, right, maybe some kind of going back and forth. Should I don't know. This isn't right. I don't know. At the surrender, this is when they commit fully. And instead of getting an immediate consequence, like what happened here, there's some sort of a reward. So it could be that it could be a perspective thing too. That could be that they're just not paying attention to the consequences anymore. Or it could just be that the reward is just so delicious that they continue to go forward. So, you're getting a lot of money, getting respect, whatever it is that
Evil
character
produces
wants.
Results. Like it is a thing.
It is. So they get the results and then go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, in particular this movie, the other thing gets the results. Is it evil? I'm not sure that when we're talking about The Dark Knight, and maybe we're not specifically, but is it evil when you said, is it evil that gets the results? It was certainly chaos that got the result.
Yeah.
Whether you're the Batman or the Joker, in that case, you're talking about operating outside of your structure and your order is what's getting results.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, exactly. Breaking the rules can get results. Evil is when you take that to an extreme level. You're breaking the rules, you're getting results, and you're just destroying whatever's in your path. And the people who are really good at that become villains because they've codified it into a working, practical philosophy in the world. And they're good at it. They don't lose.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. No, finish your thought.
No,
or
what
did you already?
Is in a lot of stories, it's the success of the villain that creates the good guy. The good guy ends up responding to this at some point and must find the way to do that successfully without becoming the villain. And The Dark Knight actually explores that. The Joker's philosophy is you can't do it. You can't do it. No, whatever rules you make, you're going to have to break them. There's no such thing as rules. And James said that a couple steps back when you said withdrawal or the effort to be normal. James said, I'd call this step flight. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was so
there you
James,
go.
flight. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Perfect.
Flight
Thanks,
to the-
James.
a flight
Yeah,
to
yeah,
normalcy.
yeah.
You can maybe call, or a flight toward a return to normalcy or something.
I like that. Thank you, James. That's great. That is one
Right.
word that incorporate everything we just tried to say. That's perfect. All right. So I don't know about this crossroads. I assume this is. I need more data, as I keep saying, because in these stories, it doesn't. I don't see people going off this other path. But I imagine this should be another crossroads, right? You just get your reward. There should be a moment where you can still reflect, where the person may still redeem, right? It's going to be an even narrower reward if they redeem. But and this one I'm not sure about, because I assume that, because there's definitely some stories. I'm
I
thinking
like
of
what
one in
Robert's
particular.
saying here. We're gonna come back.
What is he saying?
That Harvey fails when Rachel dies. I want to talk about this. I want to talk
Harvey
about this a
falls.
lot more.
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we're gonna come back to that in a second. We're almost done with this version, and then I'm gonna throw something at you guys and see what you think about it.
Chaos works.
I'm thinking of
Rachel
this.
dies.
Because there's also stories that I feel like I've encountered, and one of them I'm thinking of is How to Get Away with Murder, where you don't see characters. Oh, again, I didn't finish watching the show; it was too dark for me, which says something. I didn't see them. There isn't like this archetype going from hero to villain, but there still is. And we'll go to the destruction path in a minute. This other element where like you could be going down this dark path, and then I think you can go down the destruction path faster. This might be one of those moments. I'm not sure. So this would be like, this is this moment of reflection, right? Of like, either you go, okay, I should not have done this, and they start to redeem, or it's like just a little bit longer. I know it's wrong, so they haven't completely embraced it. I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I haven't met my goal yet. I need to go just a little bit further. So I think that might be another crossroads option. And then what we have in both The Godfather and in Breaking Bad is there's this embracing of the actions. There's this justifying it that happens. And in this case, they've completely switched from one value system to another. So now there's no more hesitation. There's no more doubts. And then there's a stating of it. So they say something out loud, usually to another character, usually to their this is another element that comes in, is there's this voice of reason character that you always have, someone that keeps the right value system and is kind of pushing back against them. And so, I mean, they've in Breaking Bad, he's talking about how the arbitrariness of law and how isn't it so arbitrary that some things are legal and some things aren't. And then you have that in The Godfather, where he's saying, oh, my father's just like any other man of authority or whatever. And then this one I'm saying,
she's like, police and politicians don't kill people. He's like, and you believe?
Yeah, she's like, she calls him delusional. Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, who's being delusional? Who's being naive now, Kate?
Exactly. So that's that moment for him. And then there's this, I'm calling it bold action plus identity as villain. So this is a moment where they become the new archetype. So they become the Godfather. They become, I forgot what his name is. Heisenberg, I think, is the name of his alias as the criminal. And then this would be, of course, the moment where he becomes Two-Face. Right. So there's often a new title that comes, and there's something that is done. So it could be in those two examples, it's of course, taking out the 5 heads of families, or it's the moment where Walter White goes and confronts that I forget his name, but that one guy that hurt his friend, and he goes and he confronts him, and he uses his power as a chemist to blow up the building. It's such an awesome moment. But in both of those stories, it's the same moment where they do this bold action and they get their new title. And so that is what I'm saying is probably the 12 steps possibly of a corruption path. And then I think if you're continuing to tell a story, most stories I think are probably going to end right there if you're just telling that story. But if you continue, if you say it's a trilogy or something, and this could be in one story too, you might continue in one story. There's a question here. Did they meet their goal? So if the answer is yes, what you may encounter is they might feel unsatisfied, or for whatever reason, they need to create a new goal. This definitely happens in part 2 of The Godfather, where, he's met his original goal and now he has new goals, and these new goals require him to continue to compromise.
Well,
this could be an opportunity.
The original goal, it's now to protect his whole family.
Yes. So it is connected. So it's not going to be something arbitrary or random. So it could be that, you might give an example of someone who they wanted power, they got the power, and then now they're like, okay, well, this doesn't feel right. And so here's an interesting thing, a quick aside. I don't want to get into depth into this, but I think my original analysis of Scarface was incorrect. I think what we had was a story where someone was already corrupted, or maybe kind of he was already down this path. And there's a moment when he gets up to the top and he feels unsatisfied. And then he actually goes this way. He actually redeems. I think you could say Scarface is a redemption story, because it's the moment where he does a correct action. He doesn't kill the wife and kid. And then there are consequences, of course. He does die, as happens in a lot of corruption stories. But there's a reward, and that he goes out fighting. He dies with dignity in that story. And I'm not sure, but I think that's how you should see that story. Is it's someone that is already down. They're already starting down the pathway of corruption. He meets his goal. He's unsatisfied.
Well,
and then
he enters. He becomes empowered, which
right.
just augments the corruption.
Yeah, but there's a moment where he's not happy about it. Like he feels empty, alone. Yeah, and it's a very like distinct moment in that story. So there could be another thing. Maybe they haven't met their goal. And this is where, it's like you have multiple options. Okay, you still haven't met your goal and you're going deeper and deeper into your corruption. You can turn back at any point, but they commit to that goal. So let's go quickly down to the destruction path, and then we'll come back to Harvey Dent. So what does the destruction path look like? So what's in gray here would be like if you were starting your story here, you would have to establish them, of course. The series of arguments is like there are other people in their life that are telling them they're wrong. So it's interesting because it could be that Scarface ends up going on all three of these paths. I don't know. So this is another way you could enter in, of course, what we just talked about. They might be dissatisfied. They either make a new goal, or they commit to their previous goal. So the despotic treadmill is an element that you see in a lot of these kinds of stories. And that is, and I don't know if this
is that your term?
The small pieces. No, this is not my own. This is not my own
that's
idea.
An awesome term. No, that would be good.
It is, right? But it is basically an element, and this is especially in longer form stories with like a character that is corrupting, is that basically what is happening is it's a house of cards situation. The deeper you go, the harder it is to get off the path. For example, this would be talking about how to get away with murder. You murder one person, and now you are hiding the evidence. Someone finds some of the evidence, so you murder that person to hide, and then you have to hide that evidence, and then you end up having to murder another person, and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And it's like, what you're hiding is bigger and bigger, and you start to get stuck. And the only way to get off the despotic treadmill, I think, this is my own inclusion. I think the only way you can get off the treadmill is you have to accept the consequences. You have to accept that you're going to be damned. You have to accept that you're going to, go to prison or whatever it is. And most people aren't going to accept that. So that's why they stay on this treadmill. But
that's
again,
how
the longer they're on there.
That's how Wall Street ends. He turns against Gordon Gekko and just accepts going to jail. He gets off the despotic treadmill. That's actually a good point. I think that's the only way you can get off. And so, again, this is all a work in progress. But I think there's going to be some moment, and this might loop. I feel like in the Godfather trilogy, he's in this stage for much of part 2 and part 3, where he kind of keeps looping here, these 3 steps. Well, he's got that famous line: "Every time I think I'm out, they keep pulling me back in."
Yeah, which is an excuse. Obviously, he has a choice, but he says that. And so there'll be a realization. There'll be moments of being like, "I've done the wrong thing." And that happens a lot in the Godfather trilogy, where, I mean, there's a point where he's in tears, crying, saying some of the things that he's done, but he still keeps going back, and he can't let go of it. He can't stop himself. And so they'll be approaching redemption. And this might happen a few times, but eventually there's some point in the story on this destruction path where it's their last chance.
I will add one dimension to this.
Okay.
One thing that I think keeps them on the despotic treadmill is once they begin to be an action leader, they do something, they commit to action, they get the results, they become a leader. There ends up being people who they become responsible for. So to get off the despotic treadmill is to abandon all those people that rely on them at that point.
Oh, that's interesting.
is often what keeps them there as well. There's a sense of, now I'm the head of this system. I'm responsible for all these people. If I don't do this thing, then these people are left unguarded, or these people are vulnerable. So they become a part of a system that becomes difficult to withdraw. Responsible for other people. People look to them for some kind of either protection or help or something. And usually it's something good, physical safety or stability from the financial windfall that they get or whatever. So there is that element that holds them in place a lot of times in stories as well.
That's thank you for that addition. That's very interesting. So the character doesn't know when this point happens, but at some point they reach their last chance, and this is their last crossroads. They can resist the final temptation and they can still redeem. It's still going to be shitty, right? They're still going to face a lot of consequences, but they will at least spiritually redeem. Or they give in to the temptation, the last one, and then there's no. So I say this is the point where redemption fails. So it can look like two things. They may go back on their partial redemption, denying they were ever in the wrong. So that's like they ultimately dig in their heels. Like they're starting to like this. It would look like this. Someone's like, maybe I did the wrong thing. And then they go, no, I didn't. So it's like that kind of thing. Like they start to redeem and they say no, and they just commit. Say again?
Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. He ends up going all the way. He doesn't quite redeem himself. He ends up getting drunk. He goes in, he kills everyone. He threatens the entire village. He threatens to burn their houses down and then rides off. Like when my notes in that movie, I was like, he's the angel of death. He tried to avoid this, and by the end of it, the redemption fails. He is unforgiven. I mean, literally the namesake of the movie, but I think that would be an example of a failed redemption arc.
Yes. In The Godfather, it's tragic. It's the second version. They know they're in the wrong. They're tormented by their own failure to do the right thing, but they find they are now too late. And so then the consequences are the darkest thing. It's whatever that character most does not want to lose, like whatever it is. And it could be like the thing that they were motivated by the whole time, right? That you were talking about the motivation. It could be that thing that that the whole reason they corrupted, they lose that, which is what happens in The Godfather. It's like,
what happens in The Dark Knight. Once Rachel dies,
Harvey Dent, how does he follow through this?
Okay, so let's get to Harvey Dent. Okay. So these are my three paths. But the thing was, when I was watching this, oops, I don't want to spoil things for you. I was saying there are three paths. Okay. Potentially, it's messy. So that's why I want to workshop this with you guys, because he definitely followed up through here. Where was it? Yeah. And then I wasn't so sure because I didn't see him having the surrender, reward, new value stated exactly. He had this kind of step 12 moment.
Well, keep in mind,
a different step. Yeah.
Keep in mind, he's a secondary character.
He is. So that's one of the things. Like maybe
they might have to skip some to move it along.
But so you mentioned something tragic that happens. So that tragedy is interesting because when you think about his overall story, there's something different about him. Harvey Dent, I've actually come to think, I don't think he fits in quite the same category as Michael Corleone or Anakin Skywalker or Walter White. I think he actually fits into a different category. So he's in the same category as Jinx in Arcane, or if it was done better, or if it was done better, it would be what's her name? The mother of dragons in Game of Thrones,
Daenerys Targaryen.
He has a madness path, a madness arc, because at the end, it's not just that his sense of it's not just that he changes his values, it's his view of reality. It's his sense of how the world works that is disrupted. And in all three of those characters, there is I want to zoom out in just a second. There is a sense, there's a step that happens here instead. So I'm thinking maybe I need to say it's a tragic, some sort of traumatic experience that then takes them here. So I don't know how to work this through, but this was me. This was me starting here. As you see, I have a bunch of questions. I was like, crossroads? ? I don't know. So if it was just some of these are the same things. So I'm thinking maybe there's like, you have your established the hero, value state, whatever. You have your sort of a normal. So this mirrors with contrary values offer temptation. I was saying negative experience shakes values / reality. So that could be like a compromise. I don't know. Maybe this isn't. Maybe I'm not putting it quite right.
I think
maybe
this
there's a
is
reassurance.
I think this is step one or another step toward because you got my wheels spinning too. I think you're really close to something. I actually think this. Go ahead.
Well, let me just say, this is the thing that's the biggest thing that's different. There's a traumatic experience that happens. In his case, it's the death of Rachel. In the case of Jinx and Arcane, it's the death of a bunch of people, but it's mainly the moment her sister turns on her and she feels she's abandoned by the one person that she trusts most in the world.
Jinx is such an awesome character.
Oh my God, that show.
She's such a good agent of chaos.
Yes, she's also inspired by the Joker slightly. So that's an interesting side note. The good thing, but and so then through this experience, the character has to create new meaning. So I don't know if this is a values thing. So this is why I'm not sure about. Why I have a lot of questions, because the corruption arc is about a change in values. This seems to me to be a change in like a view of the world or a sense of what is real, what is true. And so, and often the result is literally madness. And it's not just I'm doing the wrong thing, even though I know it's wrong or whatever, and I'm going to justify it. It's I don't know what's true anymore. I don't know what's real, and I feel out of control, and I'm angry, and I'm just going to act accordingly. And I feel like that might be something different. I don't know. What do you guys think?
So one thing I'll add to traumatic experience, and this is where I think this might fit in nicely, just with a second go over. A traumatic experience, I think, can go one of two ways. One, you were already in a state of disillusionment and you missed something vital about the world, and the world got you. The world got you, and you missed it because you were disillusioned. You weren't identifying reality, and that causes you to shift toward an ultra practical version of evil. You know, the results version. Or you were grounded and in reality, and something gets you and it deviates you off a practical understanding of the world into a disillusionment path. So I think disillusionment is usually one of the results of a traumatic experience. Either you were grounded and you reject reality because being grounded in reality didn't save you, so you veer off in this other direction. Or you were naive and disillusioned because you didn't really understand something about the world, and the world comes in and gets you. And so you shift toward an ultra practical version that's very successful, that's not disillusioned. And that could be more of that outer destructive path. What's that?
It's even more real. It's exposing some underlying
like
reality.
The credo becomes, I will never be tricked again.
Yeah.
I will never miss what's happening in the world, and I'm gonna catch it before it happens. I'm gonna preempt. And it's like an ultra practical self-correction from the trauma. Versus, I think what happened to Harvey
I can
Dent,
think
someone
of
who
several examples of that from people like in life. I don't want to call it out here.
Right.
It's true.
When people experience a trauma and then they effectively overcorrect.
Yes.
That I'll never be caught off guard like that again. And it's an extreme overcorrection to that event. Man, I can think of some examples of that in real life. That seems like something archetypical. So
what I'm suggesting, Brianna, is that a moment of disillusionment should be inserted in that upper chain, and one of the branches would be the shift from practical to disillusionment, or to madness. The disillusionment leads to madness versus the disillusionment leads to one of your other branches.
Interesting.
Because I think that the traumatic event creates a moment of disillusionment. Something happened that you couldn't control, that you don't understand, and you need to reconcile that. So one way is to overcorrect, to become ultra practical. That's what Darth Vader does. I mean, he's not messing around anymore. Versus Harvey Dent, who's very grounded and then shifts toward madness. He rejects the system that he was a part of and embraces a warped view of the world.
I'll listen to this later and write this down. I'll have to re-listen to what you're saying.
I'm thinking out loud too, by the way.
No,
I like
please.
this. This seems to be part of that other branch somehow.
Right. So the thing is that I don't see at least in those two, again, I'm going to say this a million times. I need more data. And every time I watch a movie like this, I learn more, and this thing continues to evolve more.
Absolutely.
But it seems like, because you mentioned these other ones had these tragic things, but I don't think it fits. Does it though? Because I was about to say it would go here, which is right next to difficulties increase temptation. So maybe it is at the same point.
That's what I'm saying. It might take and I might be wrong. Maybe there's nothing there, but it might take
because I was thinking that over. Yeah, I was thinking you could put here like there might be a traumatic event, so it could be a result. So that's fascinating. Is it a reaction to this moment that might shift someone onto the madness path? So that would mean that these things.
Well, it seems like there's often a traumatic event
coming here.
Yeah, I do think that that trauma and disillusionment plays a part of a corruption arc. I could be wrong on that. I haven't studied it.
But see, I don't think it always does, because like I'm like in The Godfather,
he has a tragedy.
He has a tragedy, but it's not traumatic. It's different. It doesn't shift his when that wife dies. It doesn't shift his view of reality. He's not shaken in the same kind of a way. He changes after that. But it seems like a fundamentally different event from when Rachel dies. And I'm starting to think in Breaking Bad, I don't think anything like that happens at all. I don't think there is any like tragic moment that pushes him over the edge. It's just that he just has a lot of difficulties, a lot of challenges, and then eventually he gives into them. And
well, I would say for The Godfather, the car bomb, it may not have been traumatic emotion, because he's a pretty stoic character, The Godfather. Yeah. He's like famously stoic.
He gets more stoic after that too.
The same way as some of these other examples, but it certainly taught him that running away from this doesn't protect him or the people he loved. They could still get to him. And I think that shifted his perception to there's no escape. I'm going to go back and deal with this. I think that's that shift toward the practical side versus, because I don't want to say The Godfather descends into madness. I feel like he's ultra practical. He's the overcorrection in a sense that Heath was talking about.
So what do you guys think? I don't know. Again, with these details, as we can all tell, need to be worked out. But do you guys think that might be correct? That there's a fourth option here, which is, I hate that it doesn't rhyme, but there's a madness or disillusion path, and I think that's different. I think you can put these as, but they might share that they start off. They might all.
I think that's awesome, Brianna. You know what other movie you should watch as a potential corruption arc movie is Fight Club.
Yeah. Oh, that's on my list. I didn't realize that was a corruption story.
Well, you haven't seen Fight Club, Brianna?
That's a descent into madness.
Oh my God, we should watch that one.
That's a madness. Okay.
That's a descent into madness.
Yeah, and boy, that's not a popular topic today. But I was thinking about that as I was watching The Dark Knight again, and the representation of insanity and madness. And of course, these are theatrical, representations of these things.
There's this really good video I recommend for people to watch about this. Oh God, I'll have to look it up now that I'm thinking about it, because I can't remember. But if you search let me just make sure I'm correct. If I search for it on YouTube, I think it was something like madness arcs and Daenerys Game of Thrones. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because I highly recommend. I watched this several months ago. Yeah, if you just search madness arcs Game of Thrones, it's called How Not to Write Madness Arcs, Arcane versus Game of Thrones. So they compare those two. It's like 42 minutes long.
Oh, right.
It's a really good one.
Hold on.
There's another one I watched.
Make note of this. How not to write madness arcs?
Yeah, that has 2 million views. There's another one
that's
doesn't
surprise me that the Game of Thrones TV show is represented badly. That doesn't surprise me.
Well, keep in mind, just like Harvey Dent, there is a method to madness, even in the descent into madness, and this is true with Fight Club too.
But one of the things
that's part of the Joker as well.
The Joker as well, 100%.
One of the things that was mentioned in this, it was either this one or it might have been the second one that comes up when you search this, which I also watched, which is just called Writing Stories of Corruption and Madness. One of these two was talking about how this idea of madness that we see in fiction isn't exactly what we see in real life. It's kind of theatrical. Like in real life,
Theatrical
like,
madness. Yeah.
right. And it's also, this is a side note, but I have kind of an issue with associating mental health issues with villainy, just because I know people in my life that have, mental health issues. And I know statistically that I've had issues myself. Statistically, people that have these issues, whatever it may be, like bipolar or that's the one that's often shown as being like a, what's the thing that Jinx has? She's like, whatever, she's hallucinating, schizophrenia, things like that are often, people like that are far more likely to be in the real world. They're far more likely to be victims of violence than to be perpetrators of it. So I don't really like how we handle that often in fiction. So I just kind of put that as a side note that like, there is a difference between how these things are in the real world versus how we often show them in stories. But it is still an archetype that exists. It is still this madness archetype is a common thing that we have.
There are movies though that like Monster with Charlize Theron. That's a good what's that other one? Blue Jasmine, I think, with Kate Blanchett. I mean, there are movies that attempt to tackle it. Tom Jones, even with Richard Gere, I think he's manic depressive. There are movies that attempt to tackle it without vilifying the character.
That one, Monster's very humanizing. That's a very complicated movie. But
I think that's a very important topic, Brianna, because I was thinking about that as I was rewatching this. And but it makes me wonder if we're talking about archetypically, if we're not talking about on the surface level of what type of particular mental disorder are you representing or something like that. Is there something archetypical? Because I could see that in this movie, and I could say this movie might not do things today, but it's saying something here. And when we're talking about the representation of madness or something like that, what are we trying to say archetypically?
I have a
really interesting question, and I don't know the answer to that yet, but I was thinking about those kinds of things as I was watching it this afternoon, so I don't have the full answer yet. But I feel like there's a more archetypical answer than just immediate representation of some clinical condition.
Well,
and that's so. Go ahead.
I'll be brief. I would just present The Dark Knight does tackle the idea of breaking rules a ton, and reality follows rules. And if you're descending into madness, what you're beginning to do is making up rules as you go along that may or may not conform to reality. So there is something archetypal in breaking off from reality to invent your own system of reality. I think that A Beautiful Mind was another one. Didn't vilify him, but it showed that he is creating his own reality at some point that isn't grounded into anything else. So I think there is something archetypal with a descent into madness. I don't think it's the act of a villain necessarily, but I think in this story it is something that villains are doing, or at least Harvey Dent. Yeah. And the Joker, for sure. He is an agent of chaos. He seems to be very self-aware of
he is self-aware of it. Yes.
Yeah, which makes him interesting. You can spend a whole session just talking about him. But I just want to say, like, one of the things that the reason why I kind of missed this, why this hit me to the side of the head, was because I've been kind of ignoring madness arcs because they weren't interesting to me. And that's largely because of that, like, not finding them very realistic to that well, where it's like, if I want to talk about someone that is corrupting, that is a good person that then comes and does evil things, I don't think it's usually the two things that I find kind of cliche that I find less convincing. It's not because they're going crazy. Crazy people aren't bad people. That's not how that works. Usually, that's just, what bothers me. And then also, the other thing is, they just had a bad childhood, they just had a bad experience, so that made them evil. Like that, it can explain an act of anger, like a Maleficent. Like it explains. I feel like that kind of she has this horrible experience. She then lashes out, but that wouldn't explain someone's shift to corrupt, because difficulties usually build character. They don't corrupt character. Like in the real world, like a lot of people that are first responders, a high number of them have had difficult childhoods. Like a lot of people that will suffer in life, it usually builds your character. It doesn't make you a worse person. And so I find those two things kind of annoy me because I'm like, I want to get, I'm, you know, in my obsession with me trying to write a corruption arc, I'm obsessed with trying to make this authentic. I'm like, what is it that actually motivates people to do evil?
Well,
sometimes, sure, it could be that their sense of reality is off. It could be that, you know, they have some pain that they're expressing, but I think those are overused. And I think usually it's not that. Usually I think when people do evil things, they're making an excuse because, and they're convincing themselves they're doing the right thing, which is more,
which may not be anchored to reality. So that's why I think disillusionment is a good source word for like that crossroads, because disillusionment isn't necessarily bad. It can be a good thing. You might, like when we're kids, when we're younger, we don't really understand the world, and something happens, we're like, oh my God, we were disillusioned. And it's a good that we were that we learned something about the world, because now we can self-correct. Something that's highly traumatic, like the death of somebody, like in The Dark Knight, he loses Rachel. She is killed. That's highly traumatic, which led to a severe disillusionment, I would say. And that moved him toward redefining reality in a new light, where he's not going to follow the rules, where I think he becomes more Joker-like. He's more chaotic in a sense of flipping coins to determine people's lives. Anyway, my point was disillusionment is a place where it has a lot of different meanings. It just means there's something about the world you didn't understand and you have to deal with it right now.
That's a fascinating thought. So it could be that disillusionment may lead to madness, but doesn't always. So it could be that disillusionment is like the broader category. I like that. And you want to know why? Because it helps me. It rhymes more. It doesn't quite rhyme, but it's better. It's not perfect, but madness doesn't match with destruction and redemption. But disillusion. It's a little closer. It's a little.
Well, disillusionment just means that there was something about reality that you're adjusting to. It could lead to growth. Like you said, first responders that they've seen things about the world, and it's strengthened them, and they're the ones who are capable of going into really hard situations without disillusionment and dealing with it in real terms. Or it could lead to something where you're disillusioned with the world and you make up your own version of it. And that is not as healthy. So anyway, I didn't want to derail your thoughts. I think you're onto something there, and I like it. I just tend to think out loud a lot.
No, I mean, that's why I love both of you guys with both of your perspective. I think you're both intelligent storytellers. And so I love having these conversations and being able to, throw things off you guys and hear your feedback. And also people in the comments. There's a lot of people in the comments that have really great feedback too. So
yeah, I've starred a lot of comments actually.
Yeah, there's a lot of discussion going on with whether or not Batman is chaotic, whether the Joker is actually chaotic. And it's pretty good discussions because they're pointing out some nuances. Like the Joker, as chaotic as he is, seems to be logically sound in his thinking, which usually logical soundness is orderliness in your thinking. And they talk about how Batman isn't really chaotic because he's upholding the law. So there's definitely some nuances. Right. I would say chaotic in this. There's a spectrum of chaos too. I don't think Batman is chaotic the way the Joker is, or an anarchist, but he's clearly operating outside the law, so he is not following. I think
they're clearly, like in this story, they're clearly mirrored.
They are mirrored. I do think they're mirrored, and that's why the Joker likes him. Everybody's like, "You complete me."
Right? Yes, you're the other side of me. Here we go. I'm not going to kill you. And
I have to say, the dialogue in this film is just fantastic. When the joke, and what I like about villains, and this movie has this, I like when villains talk, everyone shuts up and leans in because they're fascinated, because the villain seems to make sense. Thanos did a little bit of this, when he was like, there's overpopulation, I'll bring balance. People are like, I guess there's some logic to that if there's overpopulation.
Yeah, he's a great villain because it makes sense. You're like, well, sort of.
If the villain...
Yeah, I have to make this comment though. Remember that I mentioned this brother, my youngest brother Jameson, earlier today, and in this stream. And there's another thing that I want to quote from my brother Jameson. Where he was talking about this movie, and he was like, "If you have all that power, why half the people? Why not just double the resources?" Oh.
Well,
Anyway.
they deal with that a little bit in The Dark Knight with all the copycats. And one of the copycats even says, he's like, what gives you the right? You know, what makes you different from us? And he goes, I'm not wearing hockey pads. But I thought about it. I was like, what's that? What is that answer? Is that a satisfying answer? And I was like,
It's kind of Mike makes right.
Well, exactly.
I'm wealthy and I have all this gear.
Well, the best version of the answer, the most, is he has the resources to do this, to your brother's point. And two, he has competency. He's the one who's capable. He's got the fighting skills. Like he's competent in what he does to some extent, whereas these guys may not be, as competent. That's the best version of that answer. But other than that, it was a pretty, I kind of thought it was more of a funny answer than a satisfying answer.
It was much more of a funny answer, right? Because that's a really serious question.
Yeah. It's a moral question.
And it's too serious to answer in one sentence. And so he goes with a more funny answer, but that doesn't mean that the question hasn't been asked and that's not part of this movie that we're dealing with.
100%. 100%. There's a lot of major quotes in this. And to me, I thought that question was a core question for the film.
I think you're completely correct.
Yeah. What makes you different than me? Because, the copycat issue was a problem. The Joker has his credo, whatever can't kill you only makes you stranger.
Can everyone do what Batman does? What would happen if everyone decided Batman's right? I mean, that's a serious question of this film. That if Batman's fighting for society, and we'll come back to the definition of law and chaos later, because I see comments on that, but let's just go with the easy explanation at the moment. If everyone decides that, wait a minute, we're not getting good by law, why can't we all become Batman? I think that's a really important question.
I think the way you're phrasing that is the answer to somewhat. I do think that Batman is chaotic. I don't think that he's chaotic in a wild splatter kind of way. But to your point, if everyone acted like Batman, we'd have a chaotic society. You just could not have a society if everyone took the law into their own hand all the time. That is a chaotic society. So I think in that sense, the way you, Heath, just put that shows the macro version of chaos that I think Batman exhibits. He does it in a controlled form, but you couldn't all act like Batman.
But it's the exact same question to come back to what I came up with earlier, what I was saying earlier, that the mafia and the thugs are asking. Can they have the mafia if everyone acts like the Joker? They might need the Joker to take out Batman.
Well,
but if they all do that, are they going to have a good?
So the mafia has orders, law and order as well amongst themselves.
Right.
Godfather has, the 5 families. You don't whack a made man. Like there's rules to this. Even in the criminal underworld, there's rules. They end up. There's actually a book that I read a long time ago called The Invisible Hook, which was about the economics of criminality and how even though crime might start in a chaotic manner, it evolves toward a systematic order, even amongst the criminal elements, which is clearly in this. In fact, even in the bank when they're robbing it, the bank guy who pulls out the shotgun, he's like, the criminals in this town used to stand for something. And I wrote down what and he says
that was a really important.
Yes, he says honor and respect. Criminals used to stand for that. So to me, this movie is emphasizing that even in the criminal organizations, there's order. The Joker disrupts that. He's breaking up the order even within the criminal element and the democratic society and their institutions. And he's really good at it. And that's why I think this is such a good Joker.
He's really good at it, but what's busting them up is the chaos from the good side. Batman's come in. And
right.
Okay, we know how to deal with this when it was us versus the police.
Right.
And the district attorney. When it was
order versus order.
We're doing order versus order. And then all of a sudden they got Batman. And all of a sudden we're not sure what to do with that. What do we have to do? We have to bring in the Joker.
And
to bring in chaos
Alfred has a good line. he says he goes, you squeezed him, and he goes, and in their desperation, they turned to a man they didn't fully understand.
They don't.
And he goes, and maybe you don't understand him. Alfred calls him out on that. And I thought it was a great line of dialogue. And I also thought, so Batman falls back on criminals aren't complicated, which was the lesson of Batman Begins, right? He studied the criminal mind, and he decided criminals aren't complicated, that there's some very practical reasons for criminality. And this one, he goes, he taught the ruby story where the bandit was throwing out the rubies. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
And what do you do with someone like that?
Yes. And that is something Batman hasn't faced yet. And I thought that was just fantastic dialogue and a good dichotomy for the difference between Batman's chaos versus the Joker's chaos. This guy, he lights that stack of money on fire. What a scene that was.
It's so disturbing. It's so like, that's such a great, and something else I noticed was that was a great moment to contrast him with Batman, because Batman is the ultimate, he's a billionaire. He's the ultimate, I'm going to use money and resources to fund my chaos. Whereas that's the exact opposite of what the Joker does. The Joker says, so they're both agents of chaos, but they're opposite kinds. So he's just like, I have simple taste. Whatever, he's like gasoline, whatever,
dynamite,
all these things, dynamite, right? And what they all have in common is they're cheap. And there's something even like that I find so disturbing, like watching that money burn. Like it goes against. There's something insane about it. It's like,
well, and
he burned the Chinese guy on top of it.
That's right.
Who is the representation of an orderly criminal element?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with calculation. Yes.
I just got a cramp in my foot.
Even the mob boss, and I love that moment. So the Joker throws the thing, and the thing goes up in flames. That big mountain of money, and I love it. The thug with the accent. He's like, "You're crazy." That's when he realizes who he's dealing with. He might have been a mobster, but this man is an agent of chaos. And I think that I love a moment when you realize something about evil. When evil is unmasked and what you thought it was, it's much worse. Remember in Lord of the Rings, the Nazgul come in the first movie, they're riding on a horse and, he's just sniffing the air and stuff. In part 3, those things are nosediving out of the sky and destroying cities. And it's like evil is unmasked. You're dealing with the reality of what this evil thing really is. And I thought that was the Joker's moment. Those mobsters are like, You're nuts. You're crazy. You're not like us. You're not like us. We're not the same.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this conversation has become too good. I'm officially canceling my evening plans. I'm going to keep talking with you guys. Two things I want to quickly note before I would love to throw. It's not my authority. It's Heath's authority. But I want to hear Doug's talk more about what the Heroines Labyrinth. But two things. First,
we haven't even started that yet. We haven't even started.
I know we haven't even started yet. But first, I want to get through those elements that I said are in each of those, and then I also want to see if Heath, if you had any other reactions, because I had a lot of thoughts and reactions from Doug. But since you all have the same investment that I do in this kind of story, I want to know like what your kind of that general thought with the 4 paths and all that. Like, I don't know if you had any.
I'm going to have to think about the paths more. And what I've been sitting here thinking about during all of this is the archetypical representation of the insane. Mm-hmm. I want, and I'm not prepared to speak on it because,
right.
But even like in Lovecraftian horror, when someone is going insane, or when I was thinking about the representation of insane, the representation of I guess it's the Joker again, the Joker in the 1989 Batman, or when you're talking about the representation of insanity in the Telltale Heart, I feel like it makes me want to study that as an element of this because like I said, it's too easy in today's world for it to be. Are you trying to represent? Or are you negatively representing someone with schizophrenia, or whatever? That seems like too easy, potentially. Now I'm seriously thinking about what is the archetypical representation and meaning of madness, and how does that go into the corruption arc or something like that? Because we have these examples of when someone becomes, let's say, mad or insane, and we're not talking about just some kind of clinical representation. We're talking about what does that mean? What is that meaning? I don't
What does
know
it
the answer.
mean in
I don't
storytelling?
think
Yeah, yeah.
what does that mean?
I think it
in
is two different
storytelling?
things. Yeah, because it does seem to mean something else. And then the question on representation is whether it should. That's a different conversation. It's like,
Right.
what does it mean? And then should it mean that? I think I'm inclined to think that it's pretty destructive, honestly, to represent people
I
that
think
way.
disillusionment can be destructive.
Mhm.
But I also, like I said before, I do think it could also be a moment for growth.
Yeah. No, I mean
Being
destructive in
disillusioned is
terms of
okay.
societal impact, in terms of on the representation issue.
Right. Well, but
Mhm.
you see, Harvey Dent does not respond well to it. He
Mhm.
loses Rachel. He played by the rules. He was told to tone it down, and Rachel's gone. And he's horribly deformed, by the way. Pretty
Mhm.
awful. So he's in a state of disillusionment. He doesn't know if he could trust the
Yeah,
system.
which is an interesting point, because then if I'm following, if my hypothesis about my theory, I guess it's a theory at this point, the theory
Yeah.
of the four paths is correct, there should be a point on the disillusionment path where there's a crossroads that could take them to the destruction path. So, which I would say he
100%.
does, because he has a crossroads moment at the end where he's talking to Batman and Gordon, and he has a chance then to get back on the right path, whatever that means for him. But he doesn't, and so he gets destroyed.
What's interesting
literally.
is he goes unredeemed. He actually never comes
Yeah.
back, but
because
there's a
yeah.
cover up for him, and they
Mhm.
tell a heroic story about him because the idea of the White Knight was important to society. So they preserved his image by lying, which
The
again
Dark
is
Knight
very
believed in
evil.
the White
Well,
Knight.
that's okay. Well, that's very
There's so much
important.
there.
I want to go back to Rachel's death later, but
Okay.
that's very important too, because we've already established, as we've been talking about, the symbology of the White Knight and being able to accomplish things within your structure of order,
Mhm.
broadly speaking. And that this movie says you can't, like, that failed. And yet they want to preserve that illusion.
Yeah, the illusion sometimes
Because
Cameron Pasha
you don't believe that. Like,
Yeah, Cameron Pasha says
more
that.
question. If you exposed Harvey Dent for what happened to him, could your society also then continue to exist? Or this movie tends to tell you that hiding that from society is good.
And there's the more than phrase is used in two very interesting moments where they talk about being more than a hero. He's not a hero, he's something more than a hero, which is like, what does that mean? And there's also, and he also talks about sometimes people don't deserve the truth, they deserve something more. And it's very, I need to think about it more, no pun intended, because there's something there that's going beyond a binary, beyond good, bad, beyond true, false, where it's like, good guy, bad guy. He's a dark knight. He's not, it's almost like, it makes me think a little bit of like something you will find in more like Eastern philosophies, where we have a lot of like the binary good and evil in the West, but then sometimes you can have a dark element, or a dark goddess is, for example, a phrase which I can talk about another time that you will find in Hinduism. A dark god, right? Yeah, so that's another topic that I could talk about with my own story and what the influence there. But she's not evil. It's
Right.
Well, actually, I will bring this up if we get to talk about good and evil, Heath. If I get to talk about that.
Okay, well, we'll come. You and I are going to talk about good and evil specifically.
Yeah, but I was just very briefly. There's this interesting topic of, if you have a god of death, for example, death is a necessary part of life. It's a necessary part of reality. It's dark, but it isn't evil. And I feel like there's a little bit of them playing with that, Christopher Nolan, with the Dark Knight, where it's a similar phrase, it's a similar tone,
100%.
where he isn't good, he isn't bad, he isn't a hero, he isn't a villain, he's something else. He's a dark force that's necessary. And I think that word necessary is important here.
I think you're exactly correct. And I think that thought is reinforced in all three films. In fact, I was going to mention something that the chat was talking about. You said that you have to become more than just a hero. And you're like, I wondered what that is. I always took that as a symbol. You have to become a symbol. And they do talk about that in Batman Begins. A man can die, a symbol can live on.
That's
So
interesting
there
point.
was this idea. Remember, I think even in this movie, he's like, Batman doesn't have any limits, Alfred, and he's like, yeah, but you do, sir. He's like, can't afford to find him. So, but he's saying that Batman is separate from him, even though that's not true in reality. Batman is different from him in terms of what he stands for and symbolizes. So that's the part that has to live on, or it could live on even without him. And Harvey Dent even says at one point, he goes, whoever this Batman guy is, he doesn't want to be doing this forever. You know, he wants to hand off the torch. You know,
well, that's
he's like, maybe
that's
I
an
can be
important
that guy.
point of the movie too. That's an issue and Lou will talk a lot about that because that's part of Lou's. Like that's a critical story element from Lou's perspective. Because when you ask I still want to go back to the death of Rachel, but right there, since you brought that up, that when the story begins, what does Batman want, or what does Bruce Wayne want? Batman, Bruce Wayne, what does he want?
His opening scene is the vigilante dog attack, isn't it, in the parking garage?
Well, okay, yes, you start with an action scene. So yes, okay, so there's the action, and we can also talk about the pacing of this movie and starting with actions. That's another thing. But
That's a whole thing you talk about
we
too.
start with
Yeah.
action, yeah, because that's an important part too. But what he wants is for Harvey Dent to be the answer.
Yeah, I agree. There's
Harvey Dent to be the answer, so he doesn't have to be Batman. Bruce Wayne does not want to be Batman anymore. What he wants is for Harvey Dent to be the answer. And that's why Harvey Dent is the antagonist of this film. Because Batman...
Oh, at another level, yeah. I see what you're saying.
Bruce Wayne... Yeah, I know. See, this is Lou's level analysis. And I know he'll talk about that, and we will get into it deep when he does his story analysis. But he did mention it briefly, so I'm not spoiling anything. He mentioned it briefly last time. Because we're separating... there was actually a whole lot of discussion in the Discord server about the differentiation between... villains and antagonists. So there was a lot of that going on. Some people came to the conclusion that they were together, but I'm still separating them, and this is a separation here. Batman, the protagonist of this movie, or Bruce Wayne, Batman, together.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne wants to not be Batman anymore, and he really wants Harvey Dent to be the answer. That I want that to happen. And every time that Batman, like I want to not be Batman, I want to show this off. He's trying to get the lawful good guy, basically, to be the answer to the world. And Harvey Dent every time thwarts his ability to stop being Batman. So it's Harvey Dent that is Batman's antagonist in this movie, and he's a good guy. So the villain. This is a movie where the villain and the antagonist are not the same.
See, and I think the word antagonist throws people off. I hate the word. I hate the usage. I've never used the word antagonize without describing a 10-year-old or less.
I think if you think about antagonist as just being that which is against, like it's just
it's my usage here. I'm just talking about the person who is putting the obstacle in the way of what the protagonist wants. And we talked about in Spider-Man. In Captain America. The antagonist is the U.S. government. In The Dark Knight, the antagonist is Harvey Dent, which does not mean they're villains because in Captain America, the villain is the Red Skull guy. Well, and here the villain is clearly the Joker.
And Harvey Dent is dating Rachel.
And Harvey Dent is dating
Bruce Wayne wants. So there's even a parallel obstruction there in terms of denying.
That's true. That's
the
a
hero.
good point.
Sable Phoenix, thank you so very much for the $10. Thank you so much for the super chat, Sable Phoenix. I have tagged several different chats as we've gone through. So maybe
I've glanced over a couple times. It looks like a good discussion.
But super chats will get brought up as they come up. So so Sable Phoenix, thank you so much. Sable Phoenix says, I believe they missed the core of Batman by making him want to stop. The writers of the animated series realized that the temptation was there, but it was to retreat into the cave and never come out. Batman is I remember talking about this with so many people. Batman is the real persona. The mask is Bruce Wayne. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, this is very interesting. Let me write this again. They
missed the core. I mean,
by making him want to stop. No, I think I do like the idea that Batman really wants Harvey Dent to be the answer. He really wants the lawful good guy to be the answer. Like,
I
he
think
wants that to be true.
I just want to quickly say that the idea of the core of the Batman, I think, is a little bit of a mistake, because every time you tell a story, you're retelling it. So it's totally fine if the comics have one core Batman, and then if this version has a new telling, it is a retelling. I know maybe if you're a purist, like, but I want it to be the way it was in the comics. I think every time you tell a story, it's gonna be a little bit different. So that may not be the core.
I think that's a fair point, but I don't know if that's here. I don't know if that's necessarily the point that Sable Phoenix is making. But I do think that in this particular storytelling, I do like the idea that Batman really wants the White Knight to be the answer. He wants that to be the answer.
I agree. So in a comic book where you have comic book runs, Batman, you don't really want him to hang up the cape. You're trying to sustain, the idea of a superhero every week doing something makes sense. So that thought's not really part of your storytelling. You're trying to figure out how to keep the character going. But I think within the trilogy, where you have a film in 2 hours, I think it was interesting that the dialogue addressed it. And they're at a dinner with Rachel and Harvey, and Bruce Wayne with his supermodel ballerina. And they show Harvey Dent saying that, where he's like, Batman can't do that. He said he can't do this forever. He doesn't want to do this forever. And they show a close-up of Bruce Wayne looking at him and listening. And it's very clear that this thought is entering his head. And I think it's the first time that he's acknowledging, Bruce Wayne, that there might be a mortal end to Batman as Bruce Wayne. And it seems to be set up in that scene. And that's when I think Bruce Wayne shifts. Because remember, he's kind of jockeying with Harvey. He's like, you should know where your jurisdiction ends. He's kind of making fun of him. He's trying to tease him. He's trying to outman him in front of Rachel, I think, a little bit there. But after he says that, and this thought gets in his head that Batman must end, at least for me, I think it was interesting, because it gave him a different angle on what's next, which comic books I don't think have to answer that question. I don't think that's the purpose of a comic book question.
That's a good point. It answers it actually. It poses that question on both the physical and spiritual level. Because, okay, Batman can't do this forever, because Bruce Wayne's got to be thinking on the physical level. Okay, when I'm 85 years old, I can't be doing this.
No, you're
So there's a mortal limit to me, but then on another level, the answer of vigilante justice, chaotic, whatever we're talking about, is not the ultimate answer. What do I need to be the ultimate answer?
And what's interesting is Harvey Dent, I think you mentioned this earlier, Heath, that each one kind of likes the White Knight likes the Dark Knight and vice versa. In that conversation, Harvey Dent is like, Gotham City is proud of a citizen standing up for himself. We like Batman, which is an odd thing for I think a DA, right? To say. So
it's interesting. Sorry.
Go ahead. I was done.
No. You go.
I was just saying it was interesting that a DA takes that. He took a positive view of vigilantism in Gotham City. He viewed it as a citizen standing up for what's right when the system was failing. And of course, Rachel brings up Julius Caesar, who did something similar and then tyrannized the city, which supports my possible tyrant instead of authoritarian view. If that were to be sustained, and if there was no limits. I think, Heath, is what you're saying. What next with Batman? I actually really enjoyed that question was asked. And I think Batman decided the next thing is for him to allow the system to restore the system so that the system works again. I think that becomes his goal. And he decided that Harvey Dent was going to be the man to restore the system. And of course, this is a failed disillusionment.
And it's interesting too, in that scene, like you were saying, he's making fun of him at the beginning, but by the end, this is the director note too, is that it switches to more. Oops, sorry, I just knocked something over. It switches to more close-ups, and you're seeing that his attitude completely changes. And that's the moment when he starts to respect Harvey Dent.
Well, and when he's going, I'm going to throw you a fundraiser. No, you don't understand.
Yes, that's his conclusion. He's sitting there and he's thinking about it, and he goes, "He's the guy, and I'm going to support him." And that's a decision that happens in that. Yeah.
he kind of parallels that same journey. At first he makes fun of
he makes fun of him again.
He's
Yeah.
like,
He
oh yeah,
does.
great. I believe in Harvey Dent. Great campaign
look.
slogan.
Yeah, great.
And they show Harvey Dent look down in like embarrassment. He's like, oh God, he's embarrassing me. Then he's like, but you know what? I listened to her. And he follows that same arc where he changed his mind about Harvey Dent. And he's like, I believe in Harvey Dent. And it's a moment where I believe he is attempting to say the ultimate goal should be to restore the system.
Right. I believe in Harvey Dent. That's Batman saying that's the way to go.
Yeah,
This is the way to go.
This
Let's
can't be
go
permanent
over there.
vigilanteism. The end goal should be to restore the system. I think to Sable Phoenix's point, that is not a Batman question in the comic books, at least as far as I know.
Yeah. Is that with it? Because the light just went out on the lizard. So Levi.
I was looking back there. I was like,
that's
whenever we do
Levi
these,
in
the poor guy.
background went to
Oh,
bed.
you know what's funny? I have a note about aquariums in The Dark Knight. That's so bizarre.
Oh, for real?
When Batman goes into Hong Kong and crashes through the window, there's this huge gunfight, and I noticed there's an aquarium, and they never shoot the aquarium, which is like, if you put an aquarium in a gunfight, cardinal rule number 1 in a movie is it has to blow up. These guys do this whole fight, and the aquarium stays intact. I don't know why I found that so amusing.
That's funny. They have to protect the
that
fishes.
ties into your lizard.
Yes.
I don't know where to put this, so maybe this is a good place to put it if it's a good place to talk about something, because I think it goes with Harvey's corruption arc before we get into the Heroine's Labyrinth or something else, because one of the parts of this movie that I have trouble with, so I don't have an answer for this. It just gives me trouble, and I'm wondering what it means, and maybe as we talk it out, we can get more meaning. Is that the Joker does? Well, we got the iconic scene where the Joker, as the relationship character according to Lou's structure, is telling Batman exactly what the situation really is, and Batman is rejecting that situation. We can come to that later, but then he says we got Harvey Dent and we got Rachel, and you can choose between them. And he eventually gives up the locations of both of them. Okay. Right. And then Batman goes tearing out of there, and he says, I'm going to Rachel. Because Gordon, who is a quasi agent of chaos. We need to return to Gordon again.
Gordon's interesting,
because he does go off the reservation.
Quasi agent of chaos. But he tells Gordon, I'm going to Rachel. So he tears out of there, and he's able to get there first. And there's the gut-wrenching conversation between Rachel and Harvey Dent. And both of them seem to realize that they're going to come to Rachel. Because Harvey Dent says they're coming for you, and she says, I know. Because of I assume I was understanding that as a feminine thing. That who are they going to rescue? They're going to rescue Rachel. They're going to come for her. That's who
Harvey is expendable.
And she says, I know, but I don't want them to, which is interesting.
She says, I know, but I don't want
she believes in his role or
which
something
is
like
really
that.
powerful. I know. Because she knows.
Notice she's in captivity.
She's in captivity. They're coming for her. I know, but I don't want them to. And then Batman beats down the door, and he realizes he's at Harvey Dent. So the Joker reversed it. I mean, that's the understanding, right? That he told them the reverse meaning.
That's how I understand it. Yes.
Okay, that's my understanding too.
Yeah. The script clarifies that. That was definitely what happened. Is he? Yeah.
Okay.
Because there's a moment where it says in the script where he pauses, and it's a very brief moment. It is in the movie where he pauses and he realizes, oh, this is not Rachel, and then he rushes in to save him. But there's a moment of him going, oh, that's not what I thought. Yeah.
That's what I thought happened. That's what I thought happened. I
was never clear on that.
How do we incorporate that into the corruption arc? Because I can see something, because Batman brings Harvey Dent out, but that's not who he was supposed to rescue. He did actually choose her. He chose her, But it was so. See, I guess I guess the reason that I feel so weird about this and why I'm still trying to think this out is because Batman's making a very deliberate decision to choose love over order. He's choosing his personal relationship.
Oh, I see
over
what you're
order.
saying.
Okay, so if he comes in and he chooses love, and then there's some kind of consequence, except for the Joker reverses that, so he does choose love, but then oh my God, by accident he chose order. There's something that's weird to me that's not sitting right, and I don't know exactly why. But maybe Doug, maybe you kind of picked up on that too. That
I actually did not. That's a great point. If the White Knight becomes Bruce Wayne's future to end Batman, then the White Knight is technically Harvey Dent is more important overall to Bruce Wayne's plan.
More important to Batman, but not more important to Bruce Wayne.
Wait. So what if just as a theoretical exercise? What if Batman did show up at Rachel, and he was able to save Rachel? Okay, so he gets her out. Okay, and then as a result, Harvey Dent blows up. Except for it doesn't kill him, it just burns him horrifically and scars him. What would Harvey Dent's response to that be? Harvey Dent's response would be to be Batman, who I liked. I'm the White Knight, but I idolized the Black Knight. The Black Knight chose love over me. I was going to die, except for now I'm not dying. I'm just horribly disfigured.
But he saved his girlfriend.
No, I think if that happened, he wouldn't have corrupted, because that's what he wanted to happen. He wanted Rachel to be saved.
Yeah,
and I think it would have still been a harrowing experience, but it wouldn't have been the kind of traumatizing thing that pushed him over the edge.
Yeah, I think it would have been a traumatic experience that he would have recovered from.
Yeah, I agree.
I think her dying threw him off clearly.
And there's an archetypal There's a potential archetypal element to this too. If you think about what does Rachel represent, if she represents this like pure uncorrupted idealism, when she dies, you could say it represents that dying within him too.
Well, yeah,
it feels
like she needs to die. I mean, I'm feeling that too. This is a very important story moment. It feels strange to me, but it's extremely important because of what is symbolically dying and what is staying alive. And it feels like to me what is dying and what is staying alive needs to be a very deliberate choice, and then it's a switch that causes that to happen, that causes the decision to be inverted. And that seems weird. Maybe it's not weird because that's the element of the Joker's chaos. But Batman is going to go save her.
I think.
Wait, no.
You go first, Doug.
Oh no, I think he had one.
Well, no, I was going to say no. If she is the representation of law and order, maybe that's what's weird, because they're both such representations of law and order. I would say, as I've seen in the comments, she's a real representation of idealism that law is going to win out. But he is also a representation that law is going to win out. So
she's a little bit more practical and effective, and she doesn't have the power that Harvey Dent. He's the DA. She's like an assistant. They show her as being very competent and effective. She gets the RICO case. She interviews that Mr. Lau. So they show her as a very competent lawyer and very capable. Yes. But she's
and the purity
more
of law, like Robert is saying. Yeah.
I think she's an incorruptible spirit. I think most people, she doesn't seem like to be a corruptible lawyer. And she tends to serve as a little bit of the conscience of both Harvey and Batman. There's a lot of dialogue between her and Bruce Wayne still, where she's like, what are you doing? You can't do that. We can't do this. I'm with Harvey now. And but just like, she seems to serve as a little bit of what's the word? I don't want to say, she's not a foil. She's not just their conscience. She debates with both Harvey and Bruce.
She's the voice
separately.
of reason.
Yeah, yes, there you go.
I'll come back to that in a minute. But yes.
She is a voice of reason for both men. So maybe she's a balancing force, and without her, there's imbalance.
The answer may not be on the archetypal level. It may be on a deeper character motivation level. You think about, right? So, Bruce Wayne wants Harvey Dent to be the end of Batman. Why? So he can be with Rachel. That's at least part of his motivation, right?
That's definitely that is not just implied, that's defined. Yeah.
Right. And so it's like she's the deeper thing that he wants. Harvey Dent is the way to get to her, in a sense, right? And so you could say that that's why he chooses her. It's because ultimately that's the real heart of what he wants, is to be with her.
I think you're right. I think that is.
Keith seems unsure.
Remember, he writes her that letter, basically saying that I will not be doing this forever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what the letter is that Alfred doesn't give her?
No, it's the opposite. That was her letter. It was her letter.
Her letter was to say it's not going to happen, right?
Yeah, her letter was to say I'm going to marry Harvey.
But the reason Alfred doesn't give it to him is because Bruce still held out hope of being with her, right?
Right, because he was about to give it, he found out she was dead, and Batman and Bruce still had hope that she was going to be with me.
So I think Brianna's right that the ultimate goal for Bruce Wayne. The goal for Batman was to have the system take over his job. The goal for Bruce Wayne was to settle down with Rachel. And Rachel dying ends that for Bruce Wayne.
Okay, then I accept that as a level beneath, which I think I'm seeing in some in the comments as well. That undermines the idea of, okay, what does Batman want? He wants the society. He wants the White Knight to take over. Now, I guess I was liking that idea because Batman on the philosophical level is like, this is a better philosophical answer to what I'm doing. I want that to be correct. I want that guy to be the correct answer. But if he's only saying that this answer is particularly what I want because I want this thing personally, that undermines that philosophical point.
Well,
because it could be both.
I think it could be both, but I see what he's saying.
Then it seems like if Batman had another Batman, that he would have been like, okay, fine, you go do this. Like one of the copycats was like, okay,
that's true. He wouldn't let someone else do it.
He's not throwing it off on another copycat Batman. He's denying the copycat Batmans. He's specifically putting it to the opposite of him, the White Knight. So I guess that's part of it. Why I'm feeling so iffy on this point is because.
I think it's.
Go ahead. You know what else is weird too is if the White Knight is worthy, then he's worthy of Rachel. So there is a little bit of a paradox there. I think maybe that's what there's a little paradox in terms of motivations. It doesn't mean that it's wrong. I don't think that it's necessarily wrong. I think all these motivations work, but they certainly don't line up neatly.
Well, I think the element here is also that it's like it's not just a selfish thing of like, I just want, to stop being Batman so that I can be with Rachel. It's like, I specifically want Batman to no longer be necessary because I think that necessary thing, that necessity is important, that like he wouldn't be able to let go of Batman if he thought the need was still there and he wouldn't want someone else to do it. He's got to be the one to do it, but he wants that to be completely over. Batman as the archetype to end. So I think,
I think in fact, I would say, I think
he believes in that.
Right. I think that Bruce Wayne, according to this trilogy, made peace with the fact that he wasn't going to be with Rachel because he was going to be Batman because that's where the need was. I think once the introduction of an alternative appeared, that caused him to revisit his feelings for Rachel. And I think that's pretty clear in this one that he does start to reconsider whether a relationship is possible with her. And she's the one that says it's not. Like I'm moving on. Mm-hmm. That was her message. And boy, that is interesting. And then Alfred's like, he doesn't need to know that.
Yeah,
another little cover up there.
Don't worry, he can exist without, because he says she was going to wait for me, which is that to me that was also very powerful dialogue, very powerful scene, because he says I was going to wait for me, and then Alfred picks up the note. So don't destroy that disillusionment on his part.
Right.
So,
well, it doesn't line up neat because technically Rachel and Harvey Dent are a good match. They're both like it's not like he was this bad guy. Like they got along, they had good banter together. Like he definitely turns to the dark side, but it's after she dies.
Yeah, no, but when he's still alive, they're a good. They're absolutely a good.
Yeah, they're a good pair, and he's worthy of Rachel. You know.
So
And Batman's kind of like, well, maybe I can get off the train, I can get off this ride, and you and me can. So I think it's interesting that the writer chose to have Rachel end the debate secretly. Like Batman will never learn, but like she says no to him before she dies. So it's
And
interesting.
she's uncertain.
The writer thought of this.
She had to think about that too, because you know, at first when Harvey asks her, she says, "I don't have any answer." And I think it's because at that point she's still a bit torn, but she has to think about it. So I haven't really looked closely at what it is that makes her
I need to know
decide.
what her language is. I need to know.
Yeah,
what her
she
language
talks
is.
with Bruce. I think at the fundraiser out on a balcony briefly, right?
Mm.
And he's like, Batman doesn't have to last forever, I don't remember the dialogue there.
For some reason, she ends up deciding, she's like, yes, there's going to be a point when she says this in the letter, there's going to be a point when the city doesn't need Batman. But I don't know that there'll be a point when you no longer need Batman. So for something makes her decide that whatever it is that she's waiting for is never going to happen.
That's
So
the
she
language.
goes something
that
that
reinforces
she's waiting for, but that she's decided at some point what I'm waiting for with Bruce is never going to happen. So I'm not going to.
Which is a very practical
which could be
thing
seen
for
as a
her to
rejection of
decide.
her idealism versus, okay, we're going to need something like Batman forever. That she determines that we can't. Boy, this gets even deeper. We can't live in a society that doesn't have Batman.
But she didn't say that though. She says there will be a point when we don't need him. So that's interesting. When we don't need him, but we will still
I'm looking
have
for
him.
the right. I'm looking for the language.
I think that's what she said because I think I wrote it down.
Doesn't she say there's a point that Gotham won't need him, but will there ever be a point where you don't need him?
Yeah, that's what she says.
Which is something along the lines of what
I found
Phoenix
it.
was saying earlier, which was in the comic books, he's always tempted to go back. Like there's always going to be a tomorrow for Batman.
The letter says, okay, he brings Harvey out because he realizes he's at the wrong place, which is what was complicating me. She tries to reassure him, but then you cut to, okay, she blows up and she dies. And then you cut to Alfred reading the letter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get there. Rachel, no, this has got to be exactly the point. Then that's when you represent the problem physically with Two-Face, because that blows up and then he gets it on him and stuff like that. Okay, then you actually have the Joker cutting the guy out of prison. Hang on, I thought I backed up like 30 seconds, but apparently I backed up quite a bit.
Oh, you're like scrolling,
yeah, I know. I'm scrolling through the movie with it up. So that Alfred says, okay. I hope it does. Oh no, right here. God. Okay, so it's right here. I wanted to lock him up. Okay, then you see the Joker. So then you get to the letter that says, "Come on, give it to me." Low omnibus theme playing. Okay, I know.
It tells you that.
Yeah, no, it does. Okay, so he pulls the letter
I'm telling
out.
you, Doug and I are right.
Rachel, dear Bruce, I need to be honest and clear. I'm going to marry Harvey Dent. I love him, and I want to spend the rest of my life with him. When I told you that if Gotham no longer needed Batman, we could be together, I meant it. But now I'm sure that day won't come when you no longer need Batman.
Okay.
I hope it does. And if it does, I will be there, but as your friend. That's the letter.
That's a pretty good letter from her. I mean, that's a pretty mature.
I know, she's a great communicator, straight to the point, respectful.
That's a pretty practical position for her to take.
What does she mean that you will no longer need Batman? Like, is that set up? So that's the question. You know that there will never be a day when you no longer need Batman.
She's doubting that he's going to hang
What is
up the cleats.
Yeah, but why? What is it that he is getting out of Batman? That's an interesting question. Like, what is it that he's getting out of it that
Well,
maybe
it's his
he's not
alter ego. I
admitting?
think like someone said that Bruce Wayne is the disguise, that Batman is the
There's something
real
deeper here.
him. Well, I mean,
Is it that he enjoys it? Is it that he finds purpose in?
But have we seen
It's something
That
deeper
seems to
than
be
that.
what it implies. That seems to be what it implies. But have we seen that Bruce
I don't
Wayne
know.
is enjoying? Like,
I would
he
say
wants
yes,
to be
because
Batman for the sake of being Batman. And
I
I
would
don't
say
know that we've
every.
seen that.
I'm sorry, I cut you off. Keep going.
I'm sorry. I was just saying that have we seen, because it seems to imply that he wants to be Batman for the sake of being Batman. But have we seen that? We've been seeing the opposite, that he wants to hang up Batman.
Well, I think the issue that she's getting at, maybe on some level, which is in the first film and the second, every time we see Bruce Wayne, he's got 2 supermodels, he's got a helicopter, the sports car. He's always fake. There's nothing authentic about Bruce Wayne in this trilogy. Bruce Wayne is a persona. So I think to her, she doesn't see how that persona would ever become him. There is no him. There's only when he's him, he's Batman. There's no Bruce Wayne version of him that she's ever been able to do much with. It's this facade. And they make a big point of that. He flies in a helicopter. He comes into that fundraiser with those like 2 models, and he's like, he's like, yeah, I bought.
He's
the place,
obnoxious.
but it's
Bruce
not
Wayne
what
is
he-
obnoxious.
Huh?
Yeah. I said Bruce Wayne is obnoxious.
Yeah, and that's the persona. He's doing that intentionally.
Yeah.
So it's a fake persona. So the Bruce Wayne that exists in the real world, the authentic Bruce Wayne, is Batman. Batman is who he really is. And I think she's saying, I don't see how you're going to hang it up.
Or
And
how
he's
you're ever going to be
saying,
authentic without it.
Well, I think to Heath's point, he sees this other option now. He believes he's going to take this option, and she just doubts him. I think she just doubts that. She's saying, but when? Like how? Like what would have to happen? When are you not going to listen to the police scanner one night? Or are you really going to give it up for sure? Like if someone's being attacked, are you going to let it happen? Like, could you really walk away from Batman? I think she just doubts his
Yeah, I'm
Promise.
kind of with Keith though, is that I'm having a hard time seeing what it is that prompts that. Like it's probably there and we're just not noticing it.
This is the weird part of the movie. This is the weird part of the movie to me. So wait a minute. So what if he had said, I'm going for Harvey Dent? If Batman said, I'm going for Harvey Dent, that what this world needs is Harvey Dent. I'm going for Harvey Dent.
Yeah, but
I don't think the audience could forgive him.
He wouldn't be rational. Yeah, he wouldn't be rational. Not only does he love her, they've been friends since they were kids. It's like she's like family. It's like one of those things. It's different.
I think it's almost anti-archetypal for the hero to sacrifice the heroine. I think that would be rather odd. I think it would fall oddly.
Yeah.
If he's like, Rachel, I love you. I want to be with you. I'm going to save the dude. I have a feeling it would just come across. Oddly.
It would not be human of him. It would on some rational level, you might be able to say, oh, maybe he should do this. But as a human, that's not what he would do. I think it just comes down to that. It's just
he also thinks that he's sending the police to rescue the other person. So there's also the added element that he thinks that both of them are going to be rescued. There's the problem that the Joker.
Which one does he want to make sure? Which one does he want to make sure is in his hands?
But he's got to make sure that one of them is, and so of course Batman's gonna be able to make sure that the one Batman goes for. But if Batman had gone there to rescue Harvey Dent, he would have just got him out. The other one would have blown up. She would still be dead, and then there would still be gasoline all over Harvey Dent's face, and he would physically turn into Two-Face.
Mm-hmm.
Those things would still happen.
I mean, unless they were both.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there seems to be something wrong with all this element that we're talking about. Not wrong, but there's something that I'm still trying to figure out with all this element.
I wonder if this is helpful. There was another thing that was slightly different in the script. Earlier on, there's a point where Harvey Dent says something about, I'm trying to remember which point he says something about how I know the risks, where they're talking about something that he shouldn't be doing. He's like, yeah, well, I know the risks. And then when they say, which one are you going for in the script? Batman says, Harvey knew the risks. And the actual thing, he just goes, Rachel. So I don't know if there's something about that is interesting. Yeah.
That's a pretty cool change. So he's like, I guess the first version, the script version, sounds like rationalizing. Well, Harvey knew the risk.
Rational. And instead, it was just an emotional, Rachel, one word.
Harvey would want it this way. Trust me.
Yeah. So I wonder about that.
That's interesting. So there is context in the first film where Rachel sees this in Bruce Wayne. She says that kind of famous line. It's not what you say that defines you, but what you do. Remember that in Batman Begins?
Yeah. Or it's not what's in you, or something about that. It's not just or something.
Yeah,
like
or
that.
it's not
what you
it's
feel.
not what's inside that defines you. It's what you do. It's like your actual, because he says, Rachel, none of this is me, or something like that.
There's
Batman
more
Begins.
inside. Yeah, there's more to me inside. He says something weird like that. Yeah.
So there is a little bit of context in Rachel's reason to doubt him.
Point. That's a good point, because you're right. Because then he reveals to her, as Batman, he's like, it's not what's within you that defines you, it's what you do. And so it's like him being Batman is him being his real self.
He's defining himself at that point. Then
I think you're right.
So, I'm just saying, there's that context. It's not in this film though.
But it's that's groundwork.
Yeah, there is some groundwork in Batman Begins, but in this film, she's just a little bit more of, I've got a good boyfriend. I've got a stable relationship. You're kind of this out, we've had our chance. I think she's much more practical in this one. And she just decides that she doesn't believe him, that he's going to hang up the cleats and maybe look at Tom Brady. He couldn't do it.
Maybe the issue is this. It's not Batman who creates Two-Face.
No, the Joker.
It's the Joker.
Well, maybe there's an interesting. I watched one of those YouTube commentaries, that one of those many hundreds of them, and one person made the argument that was interesting. I thought we should at least bring it in. Is that the moment he cracks Two-Face, that is, Harvey doesn't crack with. It's not at the moment when the Joker comes and talks to him. It's the moment when the Batman gives him. I know I said the Batman, when Batman gives him his coin, and because that coin represents, like, it makes him think of Rachel, and makes him think of, because he used that on their first date and stuff like that. Like, there's a positive association, and when he sees it at first, he's comforted, and he picks it up and he turns it over and he sees the destroyed side, and that, I think, I don't know, because it's all just non-dialogue, just an emotional moment. I think that's a moment where it's like, this is a positive memory. This is the reality of what's happened. Rachel is gone. Rachel is dead. And that's the moment where he starts, like, screaming, and he starts tearing off his bandages. And you could say that is his breaking moment. And in a way, it's like, did Batman just do that by mistake by giving him his coin? I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting point.
I remember when I first saw the movie.
It's not very direct.
Yeah, it's indirect.
It's not very direct, because, I guess what I was looking for is because of the consequence of Batman's choice, Two-Face was created. But that's not what happens, because Batman
I don't think that's what happens. No,
that's not what happens. It's the Joker's choice that Two-Face is created in this.
Yes, the Joker creates Two-Face. I think that's correct.
You got to blame the person who puts the people in danger, not the person who failed to rescue them. The Joker put him in danger. He rigged those bombs. This was Joker's doing, and by design. He designed for one of them. He designed the trauma. He wanted this to be traumatic, and he intended to kill one of them.
But it was by the twist. I guess that's still my issue, is that if Joker had set up this situation, and then Batman had chosen some situation, and as a result, if the situation were clear to Batman and Batman had chosen one and it created Two-Face, that'd be very direct. But Batman chose the solution that would not create Two-Face. But it happens to be behind the scenes, the Joker had swapped it, and that creates Two-Face. I think that's Joker that I'm working with. Why that doesn't feel right, but maybe I'm missing something.
Well, it might not feel right, and it still works.
It could still work.
Yeah,
It works on the level of Joker's chaos. He swapped it because he's
Right.
chaos.
Yeah, I
I think
agree.
that's why it still works, and you still go with it because
Mhm.
because the Joker represents chaos, and so the Joker injected his chaos element to it. I think that's why we still go with it.
Mhm.
But that means that Batman did not create Two-Face, which
Yeah, I think that's true.
which I think would be stronger because if Batman wants the White Knight to be the answer, and he was actually the reason why Two-Face flipped, that would be very strong. If Batman made a deliberate choice that flipped Two-Face to the other side, that would be very strong. But we actually don't apparently have that here.
No,
Well,
I
it
think
sounds
that's
like
correct.
it was Batman's presence, according to Brianna, that's when he did turn.
Yeah, but it's very indirect. It's less of a someone made a choice and there was a consequence. It's more just like there was an action that was done that was
More
you know,
very indirect.
right.
In the other Two-Face film, it's very direct, but it's also stupid, which I don't like that film anyway. But
Yeah, with the acid and all that.
Yeah. That somebody goes to throw some acid, and Batman's leaping through the courtroom, and he hits his arm or something like that, and it hits Harvey. The acid hits Harvey Dent in the face. So in that interpretation, Batman very directly created Harvey Dent, but there's the physical element to it, but there's no emotional element.
But I would still say, I actually don't like that in some of these superhero movies where they blame the hero. It's like, who threw the acid at you? That's the person you get mad at.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's
true.
why the psychological answer is better. And if we had a deep psychological reason for why Batman created Two-Face, who he was trying to give his everything to, that would be deep.
Well, in Batman 1989, he catches Jack Napier and tries to hold him, and then he slips out of his hand and falls into the acid. That's a little better, with Jack Nicholson. But still, I guess I don't mind how Harvey turned. I think Harvey Dent, I think his character arc in this is independent because he doesn't really know who Batman is. He seems to be on his own path. He seems to have his own motivations, his own reasons why he wants to be good for Gotham. He supports Batman. So he loves Rachel. He seems to be rather innocent in the Rachel Bruce Wayne triangle. And then goes down this other path after Rachel dies. So I guess I don't mind it as much. I mostly buy it for the Harvey Dent and the arc that he goes on. I kind of like it, and I like that they had the balls to kill Rachel.
They do kill Rachel. Yes, that's very strong. It's got all kinds of meaning physically and symbolically. Yeah.
Well, and that they don't even try to redeem Harvey Dent. They're like, well, this guy was the White Knight and fell and died. Like
One
What's that?
one more note I want to make on the topic of corruption, and then we can maybe put that to rest. So I want to just briefly talk about those 4 things that I was saying are elements that I think these kinds of stories need to have. I think it's 4. Let's see. So one of them is gradual logical steps. This is kind of obvious, but this is the issue I have with Anakin's story, is that each moral choice the character makes isn't a huge leap in values. Each step they take should be logical, like a small or sensible departure from the one before it. Even though Harvey is a side character and it's one story, that's definitely done well. It's definitely like you believe each thing that he does. Another thing would be motivation, like what we were talking about earlier, is that there's something that's drawing them to the dark. In his case, it's because he wants justice and fairness. I think that is the sort of the reason behind his change in values. And then sometimes you can have something like a sunk cost fallacy. I don't know where this goes. I don't know because this isn't exactly like a step, but it's just like sometimes that maybe this is just an element of the despotic treadmill. I don't know, but this is kind of like a different thing, and not in every single story. But if you have a character that is compromising on their values in order to meet a goal, if they get to the point where they still haven't met their goal, there's the sunk cost fallacy that can come in where it's just like, yeah, but I've done all these things so far. It'll be for nothing if I just give up now. And that's what'll stop them from redeeming. It's like, I can't let all these horrible things I've done be for nothing. I have to meet my goal. So I think that might be kind of an element of the despotic treadmill. I don't know.
That's interesting. I like that.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. The fourth thing
that's
is
a good point because it makes sense. It's like,
yeah.
I've already invested so much
Right?
evil into solving it. If I just abandon this, then I invested all that for nothing. It doesn't really solve it. Like there's still work to be done,
Right.
kind of thing.
It's like a justification kind of a thing, which is it's an uncomfortable thing. It's like you can empathize with someone thinking that way. The fourth thing is the voice of reason. So there's always that character, and it's funny because it's usually a love interest, but not always. Where that is someone who is pushing back against the person's narrative, their false narrative. In The Dark Knight, it's actually Rachel and Batman for Harvey Dent at various points take this role. So it's not just Rachel, because
And
when
Alfred
Batman
does it for Bruce Wayne.
That's true. But yeah, so that first moment when he has that first draw towards the dark is Batman that comes in and is like, what the hell are you doing? and he, talks him out of it. And so I think both of them for Harvey play that role.
I like this thing that James Bacon just said. The ends justifies the means. However, if there is no end, then the means are never justified. That's a good caveat to add to that famous line, which I think is a Machiavellian line, isn't it? The ends justify the means.
I'm not sure if it's a Machiavellian line or if it encapsulates Machiavellian thinking, but
for some reason I thought he wrote it, but I could be wrong. Yeah.
Or he may have written it, or it's just an encapsulation of his thought. I'm not sure.
But that's what I think. What James is saying validates to some extent, I think, what Brianna was saying, which is, if all of this has been done, as long as it keeps going, then it's still, there is no end in sight. Is a way to never have to pay the piper. That's a different kind of angle on it.
I think that's an excellent point too, James, because it's like when I'm a big fan of knowing when there is an end. So when is there an end? So if you're Batman, you're not talking about like that. If you're Batman, when
that's
is
what
the
I
end?
mean.
Tell me the end. What is the end? When do I know that I'm done? And
that's what I mean.
When I know I'm done, then I can judge if I did some weird stuff, or some wrong stuff, or some evil stuff. But here we are at the end. Tell me the end point. That's a good point, James.
Well, I think that's why Rachel's being very practical in doubting Bruce Wayne when he says he's going to stop being Batman. I think it's for a woman, I think that's a very practical doubt. I promise. I mean, that could go on forever. And I think she decided that rather than wait this out and assume that this is a promise that will be fulfilled, she's just going to move on with her life. She's got something good now, and it's worthwhile to see that out. I think that's a very fair position for her to take. And then she dies, and I think both guys are changed by it. Batman crosses some lines a little bit in this one here. When we were talking with Lou, he was talking about the you know what your problem is moment where a character tells the lead character, you know what your problem is, and he was talking about it in terms of the movie Casablanca, but he tied it into The Dark Knight, where the Joker tells Batman, you know what your problem is? You've got this one little rule, and that's the rule you're going to have to break. And
even before that, though, you know what your problem is? You think you're one of them.
You're not one of them.
And you're not. And I think that's so significant because that parallels, again, Batman thinks he's one of the police.
Wait, he doesn't say you think you're one of them. He says you talk like one of them and you're not one of them.
Yeah. Don't even. Yeah. And an interesting note, something I was noticing is that, you have the Joker he's trying to pull both Batman and Harvey Dent like off of their paths. And I think he's used. I think it's somewhere he might there seems to be a point where he kind of gives up on doing it with Batman, because there's a point where he's like, it's just amusing him. He's like, you just won't. I think it might be the point where he's like standing in the street and he's like, come on, I want you to hit me. Come on, I want you to do it. And he doesn't do it. And he's just like, oh god damn it, I can't corrupt you know. And so there's this interest. I don't know if he does give up at that point, but it is something I was noticing, is that there is similar Batman has similar temptations to Harvey Dent, but Batman doesn't actually, like, he's tempted and he crosses some lines, but he doesn't ever like actually corrupt.
Well, Batman,
and the implication seems to me almost that it's because he's not at this perfect point, so he can't fall. Oh, it's like this weird thing, kind of what we're talking about. Like, he's a dark element, and it almost seems as if because he has this darkness that he can't corrupt. And I don't fully understand that, if I'm correct, but it's a partially formed thought.
well, and I'm not trying to make a segue here. I still want to talk about what we're talking about, but in the Heroine's Labyrinth, the Black Swan, I'm not trying. There is the helpful chaos. So I did note in a lot of heroine stories that there is a form of darkness that's not evil. A lot of times it's personified by nature, but it is a helpful form of chaos. And I think that's a little bit what you're talking about, this idea of a dark entity or a dark being, but not necessarily a villainous or evil being, more of a chaotic being, a dark force that's not necessarily evil. So, but in the comic books, the big rule for Batman is he won't kill anybody. So he doesn't rack up body counts. He that's like his thing, like the thing for Batman. He doesn't kill guys. They go to jail. He'll beat them up, but he won't kill them. So, and that's what the Joker was talking about. He's like, you have these rules and you think they're going to save you. And he's like really into this idea that rules can't solve the problem. The best thing to do is to throw out the rule book. And he's like, I'm going to make you break your rule. So what I think
one of my favorite moments is he says, sorry, aside, he's like, you're gonna have to break that rule, and he goes, I'm considering it.
Yeah.
Like, I'm considering telling you
right now.
So it's such a really good. Sorry, I love that.
But I think in that scene, the fundamental thing that Lou is getting at, and that since I've listened to him, that is that we've set up law in the police force and city government, whatever, but then also law in the mafia, right?
Criminal world, yeah.
Right, in the criminal world. And then we've introduced the element of chaos, which is Batman, and is able to attack. So the criminal force brings in the chaotic element, its chaotic element in the Joker. But the Joker appropriately understands his relationship with the mafia. He understands that he's not part of the mafia.
Right.
And that they would actually sell him out later if they realized that he was done. He appropriately understands his relationship with the mafia. But what he's trying to tell Batman in this scene is, Batman, you don't appropriately understand your relationship with the police force. Because if the police force, if this comes to a point where the police force can get its goal but sell you out, Batman, they will do it. And Batman in that moment doesn't believe that.
That's a big theme in this.
That is an important theme of this. That's what I think the Joker, from the relationship character of that, the Joker is trying to get Batman to understand his relationship with the city government and the police force. And Batman does not understand that relationship. And so when he is confronted with that reality, that's when Batman starts beating out of the Joker. Right? Like,
that's a great
point. To deal with that. That's what it is. I think we'll talk with Lou about that, but that's what it is.
Wow.
Lou is trying to say in that moment, and that's why he's the Joker's the relationship character, because Batman's problem, you know what your problem is? You don't fully understand your relationship with the police and the law.
Yeah, you are outside their system, therefore they will cast you out.
And you don't realize that. They will sell you out of that. And it goes right to a theme that I absolutely love, because I love this scene so much in the interpretation of Lou's, because this is the interpretation to me of Lucifer and heaven. Because to me, Batman is Lucifer, and you've got heaven as the police force and law, and Lucifer is different. He's the element of chaos. And then from the Islamic perspective, you have something like Iblis, because you have a third in the Islamic perspective. This is my interpretation here, but Iblis is trying to say that the exact same thing to Lucifer that the Joker in this scene is trying to say to Batman. You think you have this relationship with heaven, but you don't. You're different. I understand my relationship with evil. You don't understand yours. Get yours together. That's it. I love it when people agree with me.
I think that's outstanding. I love it.
I love this scene. And I would not have recognized it if not for Lou. So we're going to give credit to Lou here. And so when Lou comes on, he'll explain in greater detail. But that's it. That's why Joker is not the antagonist of this, because he's trying to get Batman to understand his place, and Batman does not understand his place.
That's great. I think that's a hell of an observation, because I think you're completely right. The Joker never saw himself as part of the mob. He saw himself as using the mob.
And the mob is using him. He understood when the mob was using him.
Yeah, but he never, you're right, he never identified as like part of the team. Whereas Batman, you get the sense, believes he is a partner with the police force. And the Joker's like, you're not
part of them. That's not right. Don't talk like you're part of them. They don't understand you.
But
they don't.
I think to prove your point, the story itself, the writing itself absolutely reinforces this idea at the end of the story with the famous line. There's actually a couple lines. Harvey Dent says, okay, so you're the hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. That's one famous line that reinforces this idea. Two, the famous line of, he's not the hero they deserve, but he's the hero they need right now. And until then, what does he say? They'll hunt you. Because Batman is cast out at the end of The Dark Knight, which proves that the Joker was right, that you're not really part of the force. You're not part of the
exactly. Exactly. It proves it at the end of that.
Yes.
Because the police start hunting Batman, which
That's
is
great.
not something that Batman would have believed would have happened prior to this conversation with the Joker. Because he thinks they are on that side.
I mean, I think all the viewers think Batman is working with the police because they show scenes of him talking to Commissioner Gordon. There's the bat light on the roof. There's the sense of, of tacit partnership between the police and the law enforcement and Batman. But the Joker's like, yeah, for now, but it's a limited partnership. At some point they're going to turn on you. And I think that is a great observation. That's actually going to make, I'm going to want to rewatch the scene with that in mind and just see how I feel about it.
Well, we need to rewatch that several times because I know it's going to come up with Lou again. And I don't know if he said that explicitly. I don't know if Lou said that exact line explicitly, but I think that's what Lou was getting at.
Well,
that it's the Joker is trying to tell Batman something about his nature. And I think that's it. The Batman does not understand his relationship with law.
Is that what, sorry.
And Batman's he doesn't want to hear. But he accepts that later because he steps outside of law when he creates the sonar thing.
Oh,
is that when he talks about the relationship character that says, what your problem is that character, I mean, Lou will explain this, but I'm just curious, is that character telling the protagonist something about their nature, or is that just in this case?
No, usually it's a good thing. It's from what I understood from Lou, it's a honest answer. What your problem is? You don't see this, blah, 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 blah. And it's usually an accurate assessment. And according to Lou, the hero, blah, 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 blah,
whatever it is, he's given it. Yeah, the hero is given an accurate assessment of what their problem is in order to solve the issue. And when the hero initially hears it, it's fingers in the ears. I'm not listening. And then,
he says that Batman has the best "I'm not listening" response, which is to beat the out of the Joker.
Who says,
Heath, when we talk tomorrow off air, I want to talk to you about something in my story that falls into that. Make sure I don't forget.
I do love this from Lou. I love this idea that the hero gets an honest assessment of what their problem is, and their initial from some character
reject,
and their initial response is to completely reject it. And the most awesome way to reject that is physically beating the person who is giving you the message.
Well, and what's great is in a lot of these like dark hero movies, when Batman's beating somebody up, you're like, oh man, Batman's giving it to him. But the Joker, there's that one time he flips the Joker over and the Joker's like, you have nothing to threaten me with. I remember the first time I watched
the Joker
that,
doesn't care if he does.
After, I'm like, man, this is not working on the Joker. Batman doesn't seem to have any power in
Batman.
that
The Joker understands. No, but I will say, I just brought this up. Sable Phoenix. No, you get full credit for this because I remember when this happened. Sable Phoenix says, "Didn't I bring up Joker and Batman in the chat when Lou was talking about the 'you know what your problem is' scene?" No, you get full credit for that, Sable Phoenix. You don't have to go back and rewatch it because no, that did happen. I remember. You get full credit for mentioning this scene.
James Bacon says yes too.
Yes, yes, we have got yes. James also says that. So no, you picked up on this. That's absolutely that. Yes, you need me. You complete me later.
100%.
It's weird. See, because Batman has to learn a lesson from the Joker. That's what this movie is about.
Yeah, 100%.
Batman, that's why they're not antagonists. Batman really has to learn something about his place in the world from the Joker in this movie. There's so many elements about this movie about why it is so great, and I think why it endures. That's one of them. Because when you talk about Casablanca because it's very easy to put the villain and the antagonist together, but when they're not the same, you end up with a really interesting movie. We talked about it in the Casablanca.
Interesting dynamic.
But we have that here in this dynamic again in this movie. And when those things are done well, man, it really makes movies stand out.
Well, and now that you've said it, now that I'm thinking, because you also established early on that the idea that here's the orderly form of the good guys. Here's the orderly mafia, right? They have their own system of rules and order. And then you introduce the chaotic good element of Batman. He goes outside the system to attack them. And then the mafia goes outside to get a chaotic element to go attack the good guys. And so you have these two forces of chaos, one good, one bad, at each other's odds. And what is interesting that you said is that the Joker is very aware. I think I said earlier that the Joker is very self-aware of his chaos, which makes him interesting. Yes. But now that you're adding this other element, he's not only self-aware of his chaotic element, he's aware of his relationship to other criminals. And Batman is not clear about his distinction with the good guys. And I think that that's a pretty fascinating dynamic to have expressed. I don't think I've ever heard that. It certainly makes it more interesting. The rest of the story's themes completely reinforce it, with Batman being driven out at the end. I mean, it's absolutely true. They say you're the hero. They need you right now, but when they don't, they'll hunt you. Like, this is reinforced by other characters. That's not unintentional.
Robert says, okay, but Batman coordinates with Gordon. So what is Gordon's situation in this film? Batman is special forces, right?
Well,
yeah,
Gordon is the insider who's part of the system, who has a relationship with this agent of chaos, this vigilante.
Yeah, he has a chaos element to him because I noticed there's something else.
Quasi chaos. I say he's quasi chaos. Go ahead, Brianna.
Yeah, I had a note
and
about
he's unorthodox.
I can find it.
His plan in this, the Gordon plan to fake his death, that's pretty unorthodox. That is not by the book. That is not a procedural in any law enforcement agency that I know of. Go ahead.
So here's an interesting quote I wrote down from the beginning to Gordon that he says to Dent. He says, "I don't get political points for being an idealist," comparing himself with him. He says, "I have to do the best I can with what I have." He's interesting. So he's contrasting himself with Dent. He's not that element of whatever what we're saying, lawful good. He's more close to being like Batman. He's more archetypically like that. Is that he's in the he has to get his hands dirty to make things happen.
Well, he's trying to straddle those worlds. He's trying to straddle those worlds.
What's that?
I said he's trying to straddle those worlds.
Right.
Yeah, he's got people working for him that Dent doesn't even like.
Right. Which is part of my notes for something else. Yeah. But yeah, so he's the one who's willing to ally himself with this agent of chaos, the vigilante. And what's interesting is Harvey Dent, in contrast to that, says to him, well, you're the one with the relationship with a masked vigilante. And he goes, our official policy is to arrest the vigilante known as
Yeah.
Batman on site. He goes, oh yeah, what about that, spotlight? He's like, if there's a problem with maintenance, take it up with them. Like, he's really,
Malfunctioning equipment.
yeah, he's really good at dodging that. But it also shows the contrast that you're talking about. Whereas Harvey Dent's mentality is, how are you working outside the system with this guy? And Jim Gordon is willing to do that. So he is that sort of a bridgeway between the system and chaos. Yeah.
I like that he's not an agent of chaos, but he works with it. He's an ally.
Bridge,
to it.
yeah. He's
trying to bridge those two worlds.
Yeah.
And reasonably effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and Jim Gordon, I think, is a pretty likable character. I think the audience likes him. I think we identify him as one of the good guys within the system. And, he's kind of blue collar,
Maybe the reason that we like him, because we do like him in general in the film, like we're talking about, we like him. Maybe it's because he is representing the answer. Because he is trying to be a bridge. What is the answer? Is it Harvey Dent, the White Knight? Okay, no, the answer. The movie's answering no. Is it Batman? It's kind of interesting that we need that element of chaos, but may not be exactly Batman. What it's kind of offering you as an answer is Jim Gordon. It's someone who's trying to operate,
who works within the system.
He's working with this, but he's also kind of works outside of the system and kind of stretches the rules.
He has a lever he can pull every now and then.
So he doesn't exactly do the system, but he's that he's transitive between those two. And so in a sense, then perhaps he does embody the answer. It's an imperfect answer. It's not the answer you want. You want the answer to either be Batman, because he'll just jump in someplace and beat somebody up, or you want the answer to be the system, the good of the system. Harvey Dent.
But this movie,
that maybe it's Jim Gordon.
Well, this movie kind of goes out of its way to show you that the system is corrupt. Again, we talk about the idea of social trust and social rules, which are broken consistently as a theme in this story. And there's a discussion where Jim Gordon and Harvey Dent are talking. He's like, Maroney's clearly got guys in your office, Dent. And then later, I think it's Ramirez and Wirtz, like these throwaway names that they put in there. But they do have spies for the mafia working within the law enforcement system who are tipping them off and letting them know and all this other stuff. So the system isn't the answer perfectly, because systems can be corrupted. But then Batman's not the answer, because then you have chaos and vigilanteism as the norm. So maybe you're right. Maybe Jim Gordon represents, I think James Bacon used a word that I prefer, liminal, in between spaces. Transitive liminal. Liminal means to be in between two places, to be in between point A and point B. So I don't know. Maybe that's not the right word for Jim Gordon, because he's in the system. But he's willing to flex. He's willing to go outside the system if he thinks it helps.
He's practical.
I would say in a practical sense.
He's not an idealist. He's a pragmatist, which isn't exactly what he says. But
let me ask you this, because this may be. I think I've seen some people this comment in some of the things that I've starred, and you just brought it up, Doug, when you said that. Well, we see examples of the police force being corrupt by the mafia. Do we have, and I'm trying to think here, examples of the mafia being infiltrated by the police?
In The Departed, they do.
I'm talking about in the context of this story. Because don't think so. Okay, so that might be commentary that the evil is corrupting the good. Because I see commentary. This could be interesting, because I see commentary about the law. Like, for instance, Sable Phoenix says the failed law in Gotham is cast. The law has failed.
Right.
So, because you see examples of the structure of law failing. But we don't see, maybe we needed to see, if this is the point that was trying to be made, the mafia being infiltrated by the police. that they're just infiltrating each other. So so we have a power dynamic seemingly going one way because the mafia is infiltrating the police. Maybe that's intentional and maybe it means something. But if you had also police spies in the mafia, then you'd be like, hey, we're going.
Well, I think it is supposed to be. It's like this. It's like they're trying. It almost feels like they're fighting against something that is inevitable. Where it's just the corruption just keeps coming, and they're trying to push it back, but.
Some of it's a world building issue. Because I do draw a little bit of a distinction in worlds, in terms of world building, insurgent good versus insurgent evil. This would be a circumstance of insurgent evil, meaning that evil is the one encroaching secretly into the institutions of the good. Whereas an insurgent, which is like, Lord of the Rings is like that with the Nazgul creeping around in the beginning. It's an insurgent evil. They're slowly building up versus an insurgent good, which is a corrupted world already in charge of by corrupt people where the good is slowly creeping back into that. So it doesn't have to be parallel, meaning you don't have to have the good infiltrating the mafia or the law enforcement infiltrating the mafia to balance it out. If the world building is for insurgent evil, meaning the encroachment of evil into the institutions. Because Batman's whole existence is that the institutions aren't working. Gotham is failing. Crime is everywhere. I'm going to take it upon myself to go out there and go kick some ass and bring these guys to justice. That's the thinking. But what Heath is saying is that according to this film, the bad guys bring in their Batman. I never thought about it like that. They're like, hey, we got a Batman now too. His name is the Joker, and this guy means business. And everything that you've said works on that level, and that's pretty ingenious. Everything really goes according to the plan. So again, that's the idea that rules, social trust, social order is created through the following of these rules. And one thing I noticed about this movie that I absolutely loved is the opening sequence. It goes into each character and shows how all the rules are being broken pretty much anywhere you look. The opening sequence is a heist of a bank. It's a criminal act on a bank, but the bank doesn't call the police. He's like, it's going to an outside
it's a corrupt bank.
Right. It's a mob bank. So even the institution is corrupt, which is interesting. And that's where the criminals are like, he thinks he can get a slice and sit this one out. The Joker's breaking the criminal rules. There's something that he's not doing right. And then when it cuts to Batman, he's got the big battle in the parking garage, and that's when you have the copycats. What's the difference between you and me? There's just a ton of this discussion early on with the idea of who's following the rules. Why is it okay to break them? What is the source of social order and social trust when we follow these rules? And then you introduce the Joker, who's like, none of it counts. Like, I'm throwing the whole thing out. Like, there's no place for rules, which is amazing. So I tried to study this movie in terms of structure, and it seems to be set up in
Go ahead. Take this.
Yes.
Well, go for it.
Go. Be free.
This is now we're throwing it officially. Only 3.25 hours in. Doug, we'll throw it to Doug for his structural analysis.
Well,
all right,
and I can keep this rather
you
brief.
I don't believe it.
Ago, what's that?
You said you keep it rather brief. I was like, I don't believe it. We'll probably be here for 2 hours. Okay.
I'm going to try, though. I'm going to try.
Bring it.
So I tried to study this under the rubric of the hero's journey. And this was one of the movies that really ticked me off because it absolutely did not fit the hero's journey almost anywhere. There didn't seem to be, like, I had to really pull a muscle to force something into a hero's journey trope. And none of it was really working too well. So for years, The Dark Knight just stuck in my head as a movie that didn't seem to follow a good structure that I understood. So when I looked at it late, and this isn't even the heroine's labyrinth, right? In this one segment that I'm talking about, the movie at the time when I looked at it, I was like, how is it structured? It seems to have 3 parts that escalate. The first part seems to be exposition, Act 1. They introduce you to the Joker with the heist scene. And by the way, he breaks another rule with the heist scene. He is shooting his partners in a way that eliminates all of them, so he's the only one left. that is not how you work. That's not how you work with people in the criminal world. The idea is repeat business. You get a team together, you can work. He eliminates all of his partners. That even in the criminal world is crossing a line. This is a one-time elimination. So that teaches us something about the Joker in that heist scene. 2, you get Batman. Then you're introduced to Jim Gordon. You're introduced to Harvey Dent, Rachel, and then some of these, and Bruce Wayne and Alfred. So the whole first part is kind of an introduction to all of these different characters and their relationship to social order and rules. All of them break the rules. Even Harvey Dent. He's got a coin that's a cheat. It's a cheat coin. He flipped it. It's got 2 heads. It's a little indicator that he's got some part of him that doesn't play by the rules. He does it in a charming way that we accept. He's like, well, it got me a date with you. And we're all like, that Harvey, he just uses that coin for little stuff. But he's cheating. Even Harvey cheats. And even in his scene in the courtroom, the witness cheats. He signed an affidavit with a sworn statement, and he goes against it. So even his contract in this courtroom is broken. Everyone's breaking their contracts in the opening segment of The Dark Knight. So it's very interesting. Part 2 is the battle between the Joker-led mob and the institutions of Gotham City. And it's done with assassinations. He kills the copycat Batman and hangs him. He blows up the car of Judge Cirillo. He kills those 2 people and leaves DNA everywhere. Like, he is murdering people, and they attempt to kill the mayor. I mean, these are large-scale assassination attempts. So this is the Joker-led mob, the criminal world fighting back. That's all of part 2. Part 3 is where it gets really personal with the Joker and Batman. So that's why I think what you've said in terms of the relationship is very interesting, because none of that really comes in until the 3rd act, which is the Joker versus Batman and the Joker versus Gotham. And this he does mostly without the mob. So he used the mob to elevate himself into this position and establish himself on who he is and how he operates and what rules he follows, which are none. He blows up hospitals. And the 3rd act, it's the Joker on his own, pretty much leading the assault against Gotham. He's got the 2 boats with that moral conundrum with who's going to blow up who, the prisoners or the citizens of Gotham. His theory is that the citizens are just as bad as the criminals in this game theory, in this circumstance. So the movie follows a structure that has 3 separate acts, and they're almost unrelated, or they're marginally related.
Well, that's one of the criticisms I hear of this movie, is that, first of all, it is a long movie.
Yeah.
And people will see the aspect of the part about the Chinese guy and stuff like that. And then we did all that stuff, and then we do something else. I hear that as a criticism of this movie.
Well,
when I hear a criticism, I hear that.
Well, but it works within the context of Act 2, which is the Joker-led mafia at war with the institutions of Gotham. This is the mafia turned to the Joker, and the Joker's like, let me show you how it's done. You blow the judge up. You kill this guy. You take the war to them. The Joker's very aggressive. And it ends in one of the best climaxes. I love it. The Joker or Harvey Dent is in the back of he turns himself in, and he's in the back of that paddy wagon. And they're driving out, and the Joker leads this huge assault on, it's where he's got the slaughter, where the S in front of laughter, and the big semi truck. He's firing bazookas. He knocks out a helicopter. It's a great chase scene. It's all on Wacker Drive and Lower Wacker Drive. I'm from Chicago, so I recognize some of the places in Gotham. It was filmed in Chicago.
Yeah, I know. I visited Chicago, and especially I recognize that immediately now there, but also early on when you're in the mayor's office and you see the city behind him. I'm like, I know exactly where that is in Chicago.
Yeah, it's like the Chicago River is there.
Nice.
So, but Act 2, this big war with the Joker and the mafia, ends with the capture of the Joker. So he leads the assault. He teaches everybody, who he is and how he operates. And then the mob is kind of thrown out at that point. He doesn't need him anymore. He's captured. He's in jail. And it's even suggested that he wanted to be captured. So the 3rd part is the whole situation where he creates chaos with Gotham on his own. And he has that great line. He's like, you know why I love like knives and gasoline? Because they're cheap. Look what I did, with just nothing. So there are three separate acts in this one, and the reason now that, in fact, I'm appreciating Act 2 even more because of what you said, Heath, the idea that the institution of criminality turned to an agent of chaos as well. So now it makes sense to me why you would have Act 2 and have this battle between the institutions led by their chaotic dark entities. You have Batman, the dark entity, helping the institution of the good guys. And then you have the Joker, dark entity, helping the institution of criminality. And this war plays out, and the Joker loses, actually, because he gets captured and brought to jail. But then we find out he doesn't lose because he wages this larger scale war of anarchy on Gotham City and Batman personally. To your point, he establishes a relationship with Batman once he's captured. So part 3 is where all the most interesting dynamics come into play. But it makes sense if you have part 2, where the institutions are at war being led by 2 agents of chaos, which I never really thought about it like that. And that's exactly what it is.
Are either of you familiar with Dan Harmon's Story Circle?
That sounds super familiar.
No, I can look it up.
It is another take on story structure, and it's super useful for short things like episodes of television shows are often following this. It's kind of like inspired by the hero's journey, but it's simplified and it's a little bit different.
You want me to bring it up on screen?
Oh, I have an image of it too. If you want,
Oh,
me,
you've got an image.
you can go
Okay.
ahead.
Well,
well, no, you go ahead. There's plenty of images out there. But there is a great video by Studio Binder breaking this movie down according to that structure.
Interesting.
I found it to be somewhat and not memorable. I'd have to watch it again. Like, I couldn't tell you how I followed it, because it might be one of those where I'm like, I don't think that's the structure the writers were using, but you can use it to analyze it, kind of a thing. But I think it's interesting. I do recommend people watch this video.
Chris
by
Nolan
Studio Binder.
movies in general tend to break up structure.
Yeah,
really,
he tends to do his own thing.
Yeah, he tends to. I literally think of it as a platform of escalating conflicts, like a stairwell for Chris Nolan. He has this conflict, and then it escalates to this conflict, and then it escalates to that conflict. Like Inception was like that.
Yeah, and if you all haven't watched the video of him at a whiteboard showing the structure for his first film, you have to. It's such a great video.
You're talking about Nolan?
Chris Nolan.
Christopher Nolan. It was his first movie. I forget what it's called. The one where where it happens in reverse order.
Memento.
Memento. Yeah, the character has short-term memory loss. Oh, that's a fun one to watch. It's such it's his first film he ever made. But there's this video you can find somewhere on YouTube where he's like, this is a long time ago when he made the film, but he's just like marking it out on this on the whiteboard, and it's so fun to watch. He's like, and then it connects here, and you're like, I cannot follow what's going on.
See, I like. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to start talking about the story circle, but if you had another comment on that, go ahead.
Oh, well, I'll just one quick aside. I like storytellers that mess with structure. Because I think in order to pull it off, you have to really understand structure really well.
Yeah.
Like Pulp Fiction, like you have to really know what you're doing to pull that off. But I think before you get there, you have to master structure on some fundamental art. Like you have to understand archetypal designs, what people are responding to, what moments would make sense, what conflict is. Like you really do have to understand these things, and you can mess with it. But Batman definitely is a strange structure, and it's not the hero's journey.
Yeah. So this one, just real quickly go through it, because this is a good one to study, because people do use this, especially like I was saying, it's great for like short stories. Episodes in a television show often do this. So you start with a character in a zone of comfort. So you spend a few moments showing it kind of correlates to ordinary world. They desire something, so there's something that's incomplete. They enter an unfamiliar situation. That's kind of like an inciting incident, sort of, kind of. adapt to the situation, and then you get to your midpoint, get what they desired, but pay a heavy price. Um, so there's something, things that go wrong. So that kind of roughly correlates to like after your midpoint in a feature film, you think about like the latter half of the second act is increasing stakes. So it's kind of like a loosely correlated thing. Return to their familiar situation. That's certainly a hero's journey kind of an idea, but but they've changed. So they've gained something from this. And you can do this kind of a cycle over and over again in a show. You see that kind of a thing happen very much.
Well, actually, I heard that in TV shows that characters don't change.
They don't change. I was about to say that too.
Well, no, it depends. It depends on the kind of show. It depends on the kind of show.
I guess like in Game of Thrones, you might have a lot of change in characters, but like
pretty much before. I mean, that's pretty much, I would say, old fashioned. Like that was how television was until
if it's episodic.
I mean, Game of Thrones kind of changed that, right? If it's episodic, if you have the same characters in this, just in new situations, that like a sitcom kind of a situation.
Yeah.
No, they don't change.
If you can't expect the people to have watched something before.
Exactly. But in modern,
that you've got to have the exact same characters start and the exact same characters end, because that way you can watch them whenever, because there's no VCR. It's just whatever you watch on TV. That's
Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones and I would say probably Breaking Bad were two major television shows that changed this. And nowadays it's television's become a lot more cinematic.
Much more cinematic.
And so
that's why I think storytelling models need to change a little bit, because with streaming and even the idea of bringing these IPs back forever, like you have to keep telling stories. So one model just won't work. You need to have what I believe, I'm leaning into this more and more, archetypal designs. You need to understand the designs of the hero's journey and the designs of something like the heroine's labyrinth, in my opinion. And some of these other, or even like studying Nolan, like, well, maybe I'll just escalate a circumstance or change the you can learn a little bit from all these other story structures, but if you understand the designs, you can really carry out stories indefinitely, and change things up and change points of view and perspectives. There's a lot you could do to sustain a story over a long period of time. But in a streaming model where you have 10 episodes and multiple seasons, you're going to have to come up with something that's sustainable. And the hero's journey is awesome for a self-contained story. It's less sustainable if you have to continue to tell a story over and over and over again.
Well,
maybe James Bacon mentioned Rick and Morty. That's funny. The example I had pulled up was a Rick and Morty version of the if you Google it, you'll find Rick and Morty.
Breaking Bad, and even I would even say Lost until it went off the rails. But those are some of the Mad Men. Well, I would say those were some of the big TV shows that kind of changed television. To Boardwalk Empire was awesome. Deadwood, I never saw Dead, but there was a period where the TV shows were really beating movies at their own game, and they were doing it with long. You're looking at 10 hours in a season versus 2 hours in a single movie. Then they'd come out with 5, 6, 7 seasons. That's just countless, hundreds of hours of story.
Yeah, but anyway, I think the story circle is a good one to study as another example. And then I was going to say, to add on to what you were saying, Doug, is you're talking about understanding like the forms underneath. It's like also understanding the principles. That's what I'm like trying to always like dive deep into. It's like, instead of just, here is a structure with these rules, it's like, but why? Why is it that this particular pattern resonates? And when you understand the why, then you can understand how to change it and go outside of it. And so that's what I'm always like.
See, I agree. That's why I've been using the phrase archetypal designs even more than story structure, because archetypal designs imply relationships between people in their world, people and characters and other characters. So these archetypal designs are familiar to us. Even when I'm writing myself, I'll think about like, what's this character's relationship to the room they're in? What's the relationship to the equipment they're using? What's the relationship to the other character? Like, if you can answer those questions, and it shouldn't be that hard, the whole scene is much more functional and much more fluid. And then if you take these archetypal moments or designs or events or scenarios or patterns and plug them in. Like, it's amazing what happens to these stories, and people recognize them. They're instantly recognizable, and they're relatable naturally, like innately. So anyway, I was going to say that although the Dark Knight doesn't follow the hero's journey, and although it doesn't really follow any perfect model, I think it's a Nolan journey. On some sense.
Well, this wasn't my height of appreciation for Nolan.
Well, this is a great film. Every time I watch it, I'm blown away by Heath Ledger. You completely forget that he's acting. Like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm watching the Joker. You know, this is the Joker. He's an agent of chaos. He's self-aware, self-described agent of chaos, and he relishes in it. And his dialogue is so effective. And like I said, he's, as the relationship character, he's able to deliver messages to Batman that seems to have the upper hand, and like in terms of wisdom and philosophy. When Batman's beating him up, impressively, you get the sense that Batman has no power in the scene. Do you know how hard that is to do? To have a character just dominating another character in a physical fight, and the viewer is like, that character has no power.
I completely agree.
So hard to do that.
Because you have one character who is able to physically dominate the other, except for, from the storytelling perspective, you realize the person being beaten up is in control of the scene.
In control of
And he
the whole
doesn't
thing.
care.
Incredible.
The physical element is not actually important.
Yeah. But all of us as viewers are all in agreement. We're just like, oh man, this ain't working, Batman. Like, something's not working. Like, I don't know what. None of us are sold that Batman's beating the shit out of the Joker, like, effectively. We all get the sense that Batman's losing something in this face off.
Because Batman does not understand.
Right. And now that you've even introduced these other ideas, it makes the scene even more impactful to me that the Joker knows something about Batman's relationship to the institutions, which is fantastic. So there's just so much to like in the Joker as a character. And what's weird, do you know that they never show him die in the movie? The last shot of the Joker is just him hanging upside down. They never show what happens to him. I've always wondered if they thought to reuse him.
Well, I thought that was it. I thought that they left it kind of ambiguous, but then Heath Ledger died after this movie.
Right. That's what I think happened. And it ended it. But
sorry, I just heard, if you're noticing my weird expression, it's because I think I just heard gunshots outside. It's not a great thing to hear. It's like, I think there was a drive-by.
City by any chance?
I think there was a drive-by very unsettlingly close to my house just a moment ago. I'm going to stay inside for the rest of the night. It's terrifying. It was really close by.
Oh my God.
Well, it sounded like a drive. Cool.
You need a vigilante around you somewhere.
You need the Batman.
Yeah.
Geez, I was about to go take my trash out. I'm not going to do that for a little while now.
Jeez. What city are you in?
Denver.
Doesn't seem
but I'm
like...
on the I'm slightly on the outskirts. Anyway, I'm not in the best part of the city, but I'm not on the worst either. So
I don't think I finished this story for my people who are watching on the morning grind, but this was about 2 weeks ago, I guess, or a week and a half ago or something like that, that I was laying in bed and there was the sound, which was not like gunshots, but like physical impact. Boom, 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 boom. And my whole house shook, including my bed. I woke up because I was like, something is beating on my house. I thought that my perception when I was laying in bed was that it was up like in the attic. My perception was that somebody's in the attic in the house beating on my house.
Was it a dream?
I do not believe I was not asleep. So I do not believe I was asleep. And I remember my whole bed shaking.
Wow.
So I was like, what is that? It was boom, 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 boom. Then when I went outside the next day, like I woke up and I sat here armed for about an hour or about an hour and a half before because I was like, I'm not walking outside in fear. I was looking outside with flashlights. But then when I went outside the next day, the sunlight. So I went outside the next day. But then when I came back to my door, so I walked outside, shut the door, walked out, came back, and there was mud smeared all over my door at
What the
the
hell?
height of the handle. What? And I do not know if those are related.
That's pretty
But
sus.
what smears mud all over your door?
I think there's some sort of alien or
Keith
a
had a
supernatural
confession.
agent. I
That was me.
think you're
That was
haunted.
you. That was you.
I put mud on your door.
It was mud. Yeah, I know. It was mud, but it was like up around the height of the door. And again, I was measuring with my foot. I was like, that's kind of like foot height. That if you were like kicking on the door, boom, 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 like mud smears on the door. I do not know if that's related, but man,
that's so
weird.
unsettling.
That
is
is
so
weird. I
weird.
do not know if it's related, but what in the
That's
world
so
makes you turn around and go,
creepy.
"Oh my God, mud is smeared all over my door at foot height"?
Oh man.
And you're out in the middle of the country, so that's like creepier
the
to
country.
me.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I was sitting here. I didn't go outside because when I heard the boom boom, because like the house was shaking, so I wasn't like I'm going to go out like that.
You're right.
You're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
Shelter
You
in
don't like,
place.
okay, I'm going to go outside. I'm like, no, I'm just going to stay here armed. And I did look through
So
windows.
you're a
and
good
doors and stuff.
horror movie character.
Yeah, I didn't go outside.
No, he's a bad horror movie character because he
Right.
stayed put.
That's true.
Cool.
He's a good normal person.
But it was weird. That's the story. Some people heard that on the morning grind because I remember I told the story on the morning grind when I woke up and I was up all night, like up for like an hour or an hour and a half last night because I heard the boom boom. It was boom 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 boom
Sorry.
and the house shaking.
That's terrifying, man.
And then later that day I walked outside and there's mud smeared all over my door.
I'm
Weird.
glad you have guts.
Weird.
Ugh,
Yeah, that would freak me out, man.
dude.
I had a well, I won't even tell it.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
no.
Stay strapped. Exactly. So just be aware. Exactly. Yes. So you got to be aware. Like
Yeah,
stay strapped.
absolutely.
Yeah, that's so unsettling too, because it's like not that late. Like
The difference is that
it's only like 9:30 here, 9:40 here. Like that's not when you would expect a drive-by to happen.
yeah. Well, I was for my situation, I perceived the knock from coming up like my left side up above.
Okay.
The door would be on my right side, not.
Well, you never
above,
know. Maybe
more
the way
straight
they're
up.
hitting it, the
But-
framing.
right. Yeah. I don't know. So that's why I'm thinking, well, it could have nothing to do with one another. It could have nothing to do with one
Right.
another because I perceived in this direction. It may have been over here. But on the other hand,
It's awfully
you can
odd,
perceive
though, that you
wrong
would
when
have-
you're laying in your bed and almost asleep, and then all of a sudden there's a bang. It's a weird thing.
Yeah.
James Bacon has a great quote he wrote there.
He's a good.
Okay. Is there?
Thanks
I'm
for
going to grab
that.
another beer. So, is there other things about the heroine's journey specifically that we should talk about?
So okay. So
Yes. Okay. It sounds like yes. All right.
well, and I'll be brief because I know we're deep.
I'm grabbing a beer. I'm still listening.
But
Yeah.
in terms of structure, it follows the heroine's labyrinth, like the Dark Knight of all things, enough to match up with a lot of this, a lot more so than the hero's journey. For example, the hero of the story, which is Batman, he never leaves his native culture. He pretty much stays put in the Dark Knight. So Gotham, you could say, is his labyrinth. He explores this labyrinth. He doesn't really go beyond that labyrinth. Well, I guess he does. He goes to Hong Kong at one point, but
Yeah, he does briefly, very briefly.
right. That's more of like a side mission. But for the most part, the drama takes place inside of Gotham City. So he stays put in his native culture there for a good long while. The villain is a masked minotaur. The Joker is a masked character who creates who wreaks havoc on the world. He's the villain of the story, and he is a masked villain. So there is that as well. Also, I guess I will say that there is the home is battleground, which is a big feature of a heroine centric story. Most of the drama takes place inside of Gotham City. All the action between the mob and between the Joker take place on his home turf. That is a facet the Heroine's Labyrinth story structure as well. I did not notice a beast as ally for him. I mean, he is the beast. The only thing I could think of in terms, and I don't like doing this too much because it kind of stretches it a little bit, but Bruce Wayne, I can make the case that Batman is the beast as ally for Bruce Wayne in a sense, because Batman does have a animal totem with the bat. However, I think that's stretching it a little bit. For the most part, he's a solo act. That's kind of a famous Batman thing. There is a broken truce in this where the native culture turns against, according to the Heroine's Labyrinth, it turns against the heroine. At the end of the movie, Batman is outcast. The native culture turns against him. And to your point, Heath, he doesn't understand his relationship to those institutions, and they do cast him out. So there's some of that. There is no atonement. Well, I guess there is atonement. I'm trying to think of this. It might be in the next movie. Is the next movie where he sees Alfred at the cafe?
Yeah.
Dark Knight Rises. That's right. Okay, yeah. So
I haven't watched, but I think it's the next movie. Yeah.
So yeah, there's no atonement in this, either from the hero's journey perspective or from the Heroine's Labyrinth perspective. There is a weird thing. Now, it doesn't work perfectly, but it's really unusual because it fits all the criteria. The poisoned apple, which is something internal, delivered by the masked Minotaur. He doesn't give it to Batman, but that guy inside the jail with the cell phone in his body.
Oh.
That is an internal thing that is clearly a poisoned apple from the masked Minotaur, which is the Joker. He literally even makes the call. In a perfect sense, the poisoned apple is delivered to the main character, which would be Batman. That did not happen, but it's odd because that's a pretty weird thing. That's a pretty weird, villainous thing to do, to put a cell phone inside someone's body and detonate it like that to break out of jail. But it serves that function in that sense. From the Minotaur's perspective, it serves that archetypal function. So, and then there's clearly a cult of deception in terms of the way the mafia and the bad guys act in this inside the native culture. So a lot of the plot or the archetypal designs of the Heroine's Labyrinth do show up in the Dark Knight in ways that did not happen with the hero's journey. I could not make the hero's journey work almost on any level when I analyzed it like that. So years later, when I had this and I came back, I was pleased to see that some of this structure fit into something as bizarre as the Dark Knight. And there's even other like side things. There the idea of an unmasking, which is usually focused on the Minotaur. In this movie, there's a whole thing on unmasking Batman. The Joker literally says, "I'll start killing people if you don't unmask yourself." So there's some of these themes, and there's even a small Shield Maiden moment, not with Batman, but with Rachel. The Joker's got a knife. He storms into the fundraising moment, and it's really interesting. This old guy's like, "We won't be intimidated by thugs like you." And the Joker's like, "You remind me of my dad." He's like, "I hate my dad," and he's like getting ready to attack this guy, and Rachel's the one who's like, "Stop it, leave him alone." And
she comes up. Yeah,
she's the one who steps up to confront the Joker.
Yeah, I like that. She's just like, "Okay, stop," and she says it so matter of factly too.
Matter of factly, and she stands out from the crowd. She's alone. She's just standing there confronting him one on one. So I thought that was rather heroic of Rachel, because she puts herself in harm's way clearly, because the Joker puts all of his attention on her in kind of a funny way. Oh, he like fixes his hair and, goes up to her and everything. But oh, what have we here? But, I thought that was a Shield Maiden moment. There was a victim in proximity of, typically a few feet away. And then she steps up and she's the one that challenges. She's the first person to challenge the Joker out of the good guys. Joker's challenged by the mafia at one point, but not successfully. So I didn't want to belabor these points, but I just thought it was interesting to point out that the structure we've outlined in terms of the Heroine's Labyrinth, being at odds with your native culture, a broken truce, a masked Minotaur, staying within the native culture, home as battleground, all of those are still present and are archetypally sound. And then there's even a few other smaller versions of archetypal designs from the Heroine's Labyrinth that show up, like that small moment, which I do view as a Shield Maiden moment. And then the very odd modification of a poisoned apple being inside an internal thing that the Masked Minotaur delivers. And he delivers it at the right time. From a structural standpoint, I say the beginning of chapter 3, that thing I sent you, chapter 3 or act 3, the equivalent of act 3, opens with a poisoned apple. And that's almost exactly what happens in this. After the Joker is captured and we move into the third act, the poisoned apple appeared. So it was just fascinating to me that these repeated.
This is a weird one. So that's very interesting because I think somebody, I think it may have been James, had been like, is it difficult to make hero stories fit or stories fit the hero's journey outside of origin stories?
Yeah, I think you can.
I think you can too, because Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan, does that. It's not an origin story, but it does that. So you should be able to redo the hero's journey at a higher level.
Right. The hero's journey doesn't. I make no case that the hero's journey is outdated or expired. I think the hero's journey is absolutely valid and absolutely useful. If you're the storyteller, though, you just have to make sure that that's your story. Is your story following a situation where your hero is called upon and leaves the native culture and confronts a militant outside? I call it the distant dragon. Is he going out to slay the distant dragon, or she, or is it a homegrown masked villain who's either hidden or disguised? So, and in this case, you have a homegrown masked villain who's hidden and disguised, wreaking chaos on his native culture. The only difference is in this one, he's not a social apex character in terms of status. He's a social apex character as a terrorist to Gotham City, but usually Masked Minotaurs have a benevolent social front, and the Joker really doesn't have that. So that's one distinction.
So I said last time or the time before that I want to I often pay special attention to those stories which do not which I would ordinarily not pay attention to, but I do. Now this is Batman, but so I might pay attention to it. But here's a story that is very good that we're like, oh my God, this is one of my favorite movies. This one's really good. And yet it doesn't conform exactly to an existing structure. So we should pay special attention to it and try to understand it.
I would say that it conforms between the hero's journey and the heroine's labyrinth. It conforms more to the heroine's labyrinth.
Okay.
I was specific. Okay. On superhero films, I think the hero's journey is an awesome origin story structure. And it repeats itself all the time. I mean, I think Captain America, a lot of Superman actually has a great hero's journey in a lot of ways. I would even make the case that there are heroine's labyrinth elements in Superman as well. But being at odds with your native culture is one of the things of the heroine's labyrinth that it focuses on. So, but like I said, it doesn't follow it perfectly. There are some modifications. I don't know if there's a broken spell moment in The Dark Knight. I don't think there's a rapid rearrangement of Gotham City as restored. I think there's the realization that the Joker
we're still dealing with corruption. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. There's a little bit more of a broken spell in Dark Knight Rises because the agents of chaos really transform the city, and then that is reversed. But in The Dark Knight, though, this is what I was trying to say. Even in superhero genres, the heroine's labyrinth has some very practical usage because a lot of superhero stories tend to be within the native culture, and they tend to fight masked villains. So there's this strange. My theory is that as stories continue, they move toward a conflict with the native culture, which heroines in a lot of heroine stories deal with all the time.
I'm fascinated by that thought.
Yeah, it is interesting.
I think about that a lot.
Yeah, and I know that was coming. You were coming up with some of your stories. I think about thinking about like, well, maybe this part you'd have a hero's journey, and then you have a hero's labyrinth, Heron's labyrinth.
You talking about me?
Yeah, I think you said
yeah.
that to me once about some
Yeah.
of your stories. Yeah.
Well,
No,
that's
I think
why
that's-
I like the idea of a tarot deck. Like, have each theme of the hero's journey in a tarot deck, each theme of the heroine's labyrinth, or maybe even archetypal beings. You know, for storytellers, sometimes that randomness, turn the cards, see what's going on, and play with it, because it depends on. Do you hear more gunshots?
No, now I'm hearing a helicopter.
Oh man, that is crazy.
I'm uncomfortable with this. I should
And
probably
Stable
talk to the
Phoenix, I
roommates.
do have.
Well, grab your gun.
Ugh.
Put your gun beside
I don't
you.
know.
I do have this book. I have not read it yet. From Where You Dream.
I
Oh
told.
yeah.
But I am a big advocate of that. I believe that the human imagination,
Mhm.
the human psyche, produces these images, these ideas unconsciously and consciously. And I think a writer does a little bit of both. I think you have to have a deep intuitive side of yourself that is able to freeform. And I think you have to have some ability to be consciously steering the story as well. Anyway, yeah, the Heroine's Labyrinth as a story structure model fits with the Dark Knight better than the Hero's Journey. In fact, the Hero's Journey.
I was Doug. I bought that book too.
Oh,
and
awesome.
I was looking. I was hoping it was sitting right here. Otherwise, I think it's sitting over there someplace. But I just bought that book and it's in. So I haven't read it either. But Sable Phoenix recommends it, From Where You Dream. So we just need to come up with a time by the time we read it, because I want to read that too. So
I also
have it here.
Maybe we should all read it together, because
Yeah.
I haven't bought it, but I'm planning to.
I do have it. Yeah. So I have it too. So that would be a great time to.
I also bought that book that Lou recommended. My Story Can Beat Up Your Story.
Oh, I haven't gotten that one yet.
So yeah, I've got a couple stacked up. I'm in the middle of reading Fahrenheit 451, but when I'm done with that, I was going to switch over to From Where You Dream.
Yeah. Okay.
I
Well, if
haven't
you want to do that, I have it here too, so that can be one that we read together.
Awesome.
We can.
Oh dang! I want to join in on that, but I wanted to
Okay,
finish
well-
these other books first.
Yeah, I know.
Make sure
There's
you're
a million
safe
books.
out there.
Yeah, make sure you're
I
safe.
know. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with this.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah. I know. It's like, make sure you're armed, have your gun close by, as we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't have a gun.
Oh, don't tell everybody
No.
that.
They don't know where I
But
live.
you'll get one tomorrow, right?
Not usually useful in these kinds of situations to actually have a gun, but that's another topic. Probably more in Heath's situation to be more useful. It's different. Living in a city is different than living in the country.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, different dynamics.
I think we basically wrapped this up. I started a few comments. Let me bring up those comments. Let's see if there's anything that brings up that we need to. Like, some of these were from a while ago. But Robert said Harvey falls when Rachel dies. She represents the purity of law.
Yeah.
I think she represents the normal person's participation in the system. So I don't think she's purity of law. I think she's just the normal, practical.
I don't know. I feel like she's
participant.
not just normal. I think
I don't know. I think
she's
she's.
more
I
of
don't
an
know.
ideal.
I kind of feel like she's an idealized participation in law.
Because I think about someone who's more normal. I feel like I'm inclined to, maybe this is a philosophical thing. I'm inclined to think more someone like Gordon, of someone who's more closer to an anti-hero. But I don't know. But maybe that's less of a storytelling thing and more of a
Stable Phoenix, I did want to
Well, you're
bring
right.
up
She does
this
have some
point, because I meant to
idealism
bring
there.
up this point, but we never had. The Joker is a consummate liar. Do I look like a guy with a plan in the middle of a hospital that he filled with explosives as an effort that must have taken massive planning? So actually, Stable Phoenix brought that up a couple of times, that actually, apparently, the Joker's plan did take some serious planning.
Oh,
but
yeah.
he represents himself as chaos, and I think that's something that is at least worth mentioning.
It might
and
be
he also
it's
lied-
one
he
thing
also
that
has-
he's not self-aware about.
Well,
It's
and he
like- it's
also
like one
lies
thing,
about
yeah.
where did I get these scars? He has different stories every time he answers that question.
Yeah, I love that so
Well,
much.
that's
We have
more
no idea what his
chaotic,
history. Yeah, we have no idea what his actual history is.
We don't know
like when he
his
says,
name.
"You make me think of my father. I don't like him." It's like that could have been a complete fabrication.
Totally. It's like,
I have
I put a razor in my mouth.
Yeah, I've also seen interpretations that he was an Iraq War veteran.
Oh,
I've seen interpretations of that like you think, oh my God, the Iraq War, but because he does bring up the idea that if a truck full of soldiers get blown up, everybody's okay with
part
that.
of the plan.
It's part of the plan, right? Yeah. So I've seen interpretations that, based on when the movie came out and stuff like that, that one of the things that screwed him up may have been the Iraq War.
Interesting.
So I have seen that interpretation.
Well,
but I don't think it's exactly Sable Finch's point here, because obviously it did take a lot of planning to rig that hospital with explosives.
Right.
And he's like, "Do I look like a guy with a plan?" And I think
the answer is yes.
Well, I don't know. The answer is, do I look like a guy with a plan? I would say the answer is no. But what Phoenix is saying, that he actually does.
He is a guy with a plan. Well, he is, because even that boat thing, that's well thought out. That's well conceived. I mean,
right.
Even in psychology, game theory, like you have to really think out scenarios to create moral ambivalence or a moral conundrum. So he did that. And he had, prisoners in one boat, the bad guys, almost mirroring kind of what we were talking about, institutional bad guys and the good guys over here. And his point, his idea was to bring them to parity, that if threatened, they're equal. They're equally barbaric, was his point.
Yes.
And that took a lot of planning. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it also depends on some definitions that people bring up, which I think is important just to go through. Sable says Batman is the agent standing against chaos, which is the argument against Batman being chaos. But I don't exactly.
I agree with him, but I think that he is bringing his own form of chaos into the picture that the system is unprepared or unwilling to do.
I think I'm inclined to say he's not against chaos. He's against a certain set of order. I'm inclined
this is
to
in the
that.
case that this is like two comments. It's like the failed law in Gotham is chaos.
True too.
But I think that this comment right here is the ultimate way we have to go in order to have this discussion. We need to have some sort of solid definition for the term law and chaos then, because if something is unjust in the classic definition of law and chaos, that's definition chaotic. But to me, how I was using the term, that would have been good. That okay, we are going for the good, even though it is against like formal law.
Well, I would say that.
So we need to have that discussion. We need more formal definitions. I would agree.
I think that whatever rules are created to create a form of social order, whether you are a criminal mafia creating order amongst the criminal elements, or the institutions of a democratic society that are trying to create social. It's the rules that are meant for social order, and trust is the issue. So in the criminal world, to break those rules, you're still breaking the trust of your fellow criminals. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like in a heist movie, you might betray one guy that you don't know, but the idea is that you don't betray each other because you want to be able to do another heist. Joker breaks that rule. He shoots at. He makes sure every one of these guys is shot. So he's obviously not thinking about repeat business with these guys. So he's breaking some of the rules of social order within the criminal element. So to me, that's the idea, is that you're trying to create some sort of social order with rules. And the Joker is the one who comes in and says, I'm going to make all of you guys abandon all of these because none of them exist. There is no such thing as his mentality.
So see, but in order to have that conversation on that side, you do need more definitions, because I think it's a lot of these things. Like James says, as far as I'm aware, the classic definition of law is tied to order, not
right.
justice.
I think that's true.
Justice is when law serves what is deserved, not merely when the law is served. So if you that allows you to start playing with the difference between the police and Batman.
Right. So Batman breaks the social rule. He breaks the rules that are established for social order. Like we said, if everyone did what Batman did, it would be chaos. So there are rules against Batman that he breaks in order to go fight the chaos of the criminal world. So it's like fighting fire with fire a little bit.
So Robert says Batman stands for justice. That means law when justice is served, and chaos when it serves justice. So he says so neutral good. I'm not sure.
I definitely feel like I'm in Gotham right now. Now I'm hearing sirens. This is
Now you hear, oh my
Man,
God.
something happened. Something happened. That's 3. Those are 3 sounds.
Harvey
Anyway.
comes to believe injustice isn't fair. He embraces revenge when Rachel abhorred. But Sable brings up this point. Joker is not as chaotic as he pretends.
Right.
The thing is, he repeatedly executes massive plans in The Dark Knight that require a lot of time, resources, and manpower. So yes, I think that's an important point, Sable Phoenix. I believe that's why I've starred those comments.
He's like he's chaotic philosophically, but not.
But he's trying to prove a chaotic philosophy, but he will do some planning in order to prove that philosophy.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. I definitely think he thinks like an engineer in terms of his plans, but he is chaotic in terms of his personal philosophy and is willing to live it out.
James says Gordon is order but cannot be effective. It employs chaos to be successful. I think we talked about that, but I think that's an important point. The Gordon as the bridge between those two.
Yeah.
Law that is corrupt and applied unevenly promotes chaos. We are seeing that in our society right now. So I think that's we could get into our current society, but that I think that's where that goes, because this is an important movie from that perspective. Law that's corrupt and applied unevenly promotes chaos. We are seeing that in our society right now, especially in big cities. I don't think we want to get in. We're not going to get into that right now, but I think that those are the questions, though, that make this movie still continue to be relevant, because that's the questions that this movie prompts.
Hey, you have a fly in your room.
I do.
Sorry.
I do.
Yeah. Distracted. It just came in front of the camera. It's like, oh.
I had one. I think last week. I was driving me nuts.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I kept looking. I was like, it doesn't seem like it's showing up on the screen, so I'll just pretend it's not here.
Oh, really? Well, yeah. There's a fly in this room. I've noticed that.
Superman.
Superman
is lawful good.
Generally, I would agree with that. Spider-Man is order. Batman is chaos. Both are
Superman.
Good, so they are on the same team, right? But I think that's a pretty good. Like I said, the Dungeons & Dragons interpretation that we were dealing with is crude. So
it is. It
is very crude. But if you were going to use it, then yeah, I would use that. Superman is very like lawful good. Batman is kind of chaotic is good.
Oh yeah,
they're both on the same team because they're. So I would agree with that.
Yeah, Superman is much more idealized. Truth, justice, the American way. I loved Superman when I was growing up. He was like my model of what a hero should be. But as I got older, I was like, man, I think Batman. I think he's solved a few things there.
So the only thing that I would end with then is actually think that on my notes that we didn't is that I see memes about the Joker that have been passed around for a long time, and the memes are like, the older I get, the more sense the Joker makes. So I think, to me, that would be the final thing to talk about. Is that true? Like, if the Joker is articulating some particular position about the representation of chaos, and that does the Joker's position make sense? Is it true that the older you get, the more the Joker's position makes sense?
I would say,
but I see that
there's always a case for nihilism. It's easy to dismiss or deconstruct or to break down a value or an ideal. So there's always a case for nihilism. The question is, what's left after that? Is chaos a better way of living? I don't think so. So yeah, I think the Joker is to me, he's intriguing in his ability to deconstruct our fundamental notions of where social order comes from and what it is we think we're doing by playing by the rules. But I don't think he has an alternative that any of us would actually choose. So in terms of a society, there is no version of the Joker universe there's no Joker society that any of us would want to participate in. And yet we could still see his case against our way of life,
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Okay. Everybody likes that. So it's not necessarily an age thing, that maybe it's a cynicism thing. No, well, that's interesting too. That's interesting.
Well, if you see a system and it feels corrupt to you, it's easy to be like, man, or well, I've heard people. I've had a
It's
buddy
the
of mine
easy way out, I feel like,
I
to
think I
give into
agree.
cynicism. I think hope people think about like hope as being some sort of like flimsy thing, like, oh, flowers and hope. No, hope is something that you have to actually fucking fight for. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that on your channel. I just realized I
No,
forget
that's
to
fine.
say that.
No, that's fine.
I guess one is okay. One F-bomb's okay at the
Absolutely
end of the stream. But
One what?
one F-bomb's okay at the end of the stream.
Oh,
But I don't want to mess with YouTube stuff. But yeah, hope is actually like a
the harder
gritty,
path.
difficult thing. It is. I think so.
Yeah. So no, but again, like we talked about this earlier. It's fascinating to listen to the Joker because there's sense to it. There is sense to nihilism. There is sense to say that something isn't or shouldn't be idealized. I think all of us understand that we shouldn't idealize, just this one idea or just that idea, that there's always room for criticism. There's always room for corruption of a system. And it's easy to follow the logic. But I think if you follow it to its conclusion, there's nothing there. So I can admire the logic of his philosophy, but it's certainly not one I would want. It's not a world I'd want to live in.
Yeah, and I mean, any good villain should be like that. I think that should, or any good antagonist either way. Every character should make sense. They should have reasons for what they're doing, and it makes for a compelling villain when it's like, well, they have a point.
I totally agree.
Because this will go, which I'll get into when I get to come on your channel, Heath, and talk about my philosophy behind good and evil.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, because generally speaking, anyone that people justify what they do. Like, people will have reasons, even if they're not solid, even if there are flaws.
Oh yeah.
People don't just do things for no reason. Like, there's going to be reasons behind it. So a good villain will have a well thought out, sensical philosophy behind what they're doing, I think.
Yeah, even if it's horrifying, as long as they can articulate it
Mhm.
and it makes some sense to them, I think is what makes a good villain. I totally agree. I hate villains that don't have that. They're so flimsy.
Mhm.
And I think the Joker is one of the all-time great villains.
Yeah,
this
this
particular version,
movie, I
too.
think, is going to be studied for a long time. I think this movie is going to be studied for a long time for multiple different reasons.
I want to make a note on it
with some of the thoughts. It's crazy. I have to admit, we'll have these discussions, and then I'll rewatch the movie.
Yeah.
And it's always better after these discussions because I feel like I'm getting so much more out of it than I normally would.
I agree. After these discussions, I've also been like, oh my God, I need to rewatch that. I know. Absolutely.
I want to say something else real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
A week or two ago, I randomly sometimes I just do things like this. I just like kind of like what Doug did. If I just wanted to, see like what the top one was out of the 92 that I watched or whatever. I was curious to know if you were to spend 1 year, 52 weeks, watching one movie a week throughout all film history, like all the best, most important movies that have shaped film, I wanted to know what they were. And I spent several hours researching what other people thought, looking at movies I'd seen, trying to see like what the top movies were from each decade. Because you get roughly an average of, one a decade, because we have about 12 decades of film history-ish. Right. And one of the ones that came up in the 2000s again and again was people said The Dark Knight was one of the best movies of that decade.
Wow.
So it went on the list. Yeah.
Well, what's weird is, like my wife and I, sometimes it's like, what movie should we watch tonight? And it's on a cycle.
Star Trek 1.
The Dark Knight is like the perfect answer when one of us say it. So it's one of those rewatchable ones, and I always love watching it. I love the Joker. I love Batman in this. It's just such a good superhero story, and it's not squeaky clean. It's it's ambivalent. It's morally ambivalent. I mean, and it's pretty thick in this.
Well, I think that's why, because to go back to the beginning, but we talked about questions that it raises that it doesn't explicitly answer.
I love that.
It raises the questions that puts those things in your mind when you're watching these, and so that's what's so. what makes it that could be what makes it endure.
Yeah.
Well,
It-
and you know,
yeah.
there's so many different versions of the Joker. Sable Phoenix just mentioned the trickster taken to the extreme. You know, there are different versions of the trickster. This one was the anarchist. I mean, he was he took the concept of anarchy and just maxed it out. And that's not every Joker. Not every Joker is like that. You know, the Jack Nicholson Joker was more theatrical. You know, he was a mobster that became, you know, theatrically silly. He wasn't an agent of chaos the way this Joker was. And I think this Joker is so good because he's so true to his philosophy.
That's a good point. I mean, I love both. I mean, I do
Yeah.
love the 1989, but the 1989 show is more lawful if you're talking about in terms of Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. It's a different kind of thing. I do love that Joker though. I love both.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's a
Well,
It's
I
a
am
flexible archetype.
I am
All right.
officially at the point where
know.
we need to wrap up because my
Yeah.
my headphones are telling me they're running out of battery.
All right. Well, we are done. That was. I mean,
a
I was
signal.
trying to wrap up. I was trying to get
Yeah.
us to a conclusion. So I think that is it. I have loved this discussion. I thought it was great.
Me
It's
too.
one of my
Really good one.
favorite movies. I love this discussion. So I appreciate you both and everyone who has been here for this.
And I can't wait to see more of that corruption arc flowchart that you've got. I mean, that's definitely something there.
We'll talk about that more
Start
tomorrow.
with
Brianna.
something. Yes, sounds good.
So awesome. Yeah, The Dark Knight.
That was our analysis on The Dark Knight. So that was The Dark Knight.
4
It was
hours
deep.
and
We
14
may have
minutes.
lost people along the way. That was
Oh, I'm
deep,
sure we did.
especially when we're talking about corruption and stuff like that. But we went deep. So we will
Love it.
We will keep going. Yeah. All right, everybody. So I will see you tomorrow for the morning grind in the morning. But man,
Awesome.
that was fantastic. I'm so glad you're back, Brianna.
Me too.
Absolutely.
I'm so glad you're back. All right, everybody. I'm going to wind up this right now. So everybody, I'll see you in the morning, 9:30 for the morning grind. We'll probably do a members only stream tomorrow night. So I'll see you in the morning for a public stream, and then probably do a members only stream tomorrow night. Love you guys. It's been fantastic. Later.
All right. See you guys.